Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I'd been itching to get away for a while between work, bills, and just life in general kicking me around. A weekend in the woods sounded like the perfect reset. Just me, my brother Drew, and our friend Vincent. No phones, no emails, no noise, just trees, fire, and stars. We settled on a spot out in New Mexico, not the touristy parts. This was deeper, far from cell towers. Near the reservation line, but not quite on it. Drew knew the area from a hunting trip years back. He swore it was beautiful and quiet, and I didn't really care as long as it was far away from everything else. The drive took forever. Dirt roads that weren't really roads anymore, just gravel, tire ruts, and dust for miles. We finally pulled up around 4 in the afternoon on Friday. It was hot, the kind of dry heat that soaks through your shirt but doesn't make you sweat. The silence struck me immediately. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but something emptier. The area felt hollow, devoid of the usual forest sounds. Not even birds, just the soft whine of wind through dry trees and brush. I remember glancing at Vincent, who seemed to notice it too, his eyes scanning the tree line with slight unease. "Some wildlife preserve," he joked, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. We set up camp fast. One big tent between the three of us, a little fire ring made of rocks, and coolers stuffed with beer and junk food. Typical guy stuff. We weren't trying to survive off the land or anything, just trying to relax. That first evening, as the sun began to set, the terrain transformed. The shadows stretched like fingers across our campsite, reaching toward us with every passing minute. There was something about the landscape, jagged rock formations that looked almost human-like in silhouette. Trees twisted from years of harsh weather. I felt watched, though I tried to dismiss it as just being unfamiliar with the surroundings. "You feeling okay?" Drew asked, handing me a beer. "You keep looking over your shoulder." "Just making sure nothing's sneaking up on us," I laughed, but the sound felt forced even to my own ears. The first night was fine. We made burgers over the fire, drank a little too much, and sat up telling dumb stories from high school. It was calm. I remember thinking how good the stars looked out there, like you could fall into them if you stared too long. That first night I slept deeply, the exhaustion from the drive and setup overwhelming any lingering unease. I couldn't have known then what the coming days would bring, how quickly our simple camping trip would spiral into a nightmare that would haunt us long after we left those woods. Saturday morning dawned bright and clear. We hiked a nearby trail, explored a dried-up riverbed, and collected firewood for the evening. It was almost noon when Vincent first noticed the markings on the trees. "Hey guys, check this out," he called, standing before a large pine. Drew and I walked over to find strange symbols carved into the bark. Not fresh. The edges were weathered, the inner wood graying with age. They resembled arrows or directional markers, but warped somehow, pointing inward toward a central line. "Trail markers?" I suggested. Drew shook his head. "Not like any I've seen before." We found more as we continued, always in sets of 3, always facing the direction we were headed. Vincent took photos, fascinated by what he assumed were Native American markings or maybe signs from local hunters. I wasn't so sure. Something about their placement felt deliberate, like breadcrumbs leading us deeper. By late afternoon, we'd wandered farther than intended. The terrain became rougher, more isolated. Rock formations created natural corridors that funneled us along, and without discussion, we decided to head back to camp. The sun was beginning its descent, casting longer shadows through the trees. The forest seemed to compress around us, the spaces between trees narrowing. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" Vincent asked suddenly, stopping to scan the tree line. I'd been feeling it all day, eyes tracking our movement from unseen vantage points. Drew laughed it off, but I noticed how he quickened his pace. We made it back to camp as dusk settled in. The temperature dropped rapidly once the sun disappeared, and we built the fire higher than necessary, creating a bubble of light that felt like protection. The second night started normally enough. We cooked hot dogs, drank beers, shared stories. But something had shifted in the atmosphere. The darkness beyond our firelight seemed thicker, more attentive. I kept glancing toward the trees, certain I'd catch movement if I looked quickly enough. It started weird right after sundown. We were sitting around the fire, Drew throwing pine needles in just to watch them spark, when we heard something move out in the brush. Not an animal sound. Not really. It sounded like shuffling, slow, methodical, like footsteps, but heavier somehow, like something dragging. We all froze. Drew grabbed his flashlight and pointed it toward the noise, but it didn't reach far, just caught the trees and made shadows dance. Probably a deer, Vincent muttered. But he didn't sound convinced. I tried to shake it off too, probably just the dark and a little beer messing with us. But the mood had shifted. It was like the woods had changed around us, heavier somehow, like they were watching. "Let's tell ghost stories," Drew suggested, trying to lighten the mood. But none of us really wanted to feed the growing unease. We turned in earlier that night, packing everything away carefully, making sure no food was left out to attract animals. Inside the tent, we talked quietly, as if trying not to be overheard by whatever lurked in the darkness. "I read somewhere that mountain lions are coming back to this region," Vincent said, clearly trying to rationalize what we'd heard. "Yeah, could be," Drew agreed too quickly. "We should keep the fire going through the night." None of us wanted to be the one to step outside and tend it, though, so we let it die down, watching through the mesh window of the tent as our circle of safety shrank with the diminishing flames. Later that night, I woke up to a sound I still can't describe properly. Not fully. It was like breathing, but not human. Raspy and broken. Coming from just outside the tent, low and close, like someone was crouched down right behind the fabric, just listening, just waiting. I didn't say anything at first, just stayed still, eyes wide open in the dark, trying to convince myself it was nothing. I thought maybe Drew or Vincent had gotten up to take a piss, but when I turned slightly, I could see their shapes on the floor beside me, both still, both asleep. The breathing went on for a full minute. Then, zip, the sound of our tent zipper pulling down, slow as hell, tooth by tooth. I couldn't move. My body locked up completely, my mind screaming at me to grab the flashlight or yell anything, but I just lay there, eyes locked on the little entry flap, but it never opened. Eventually the breathing faded, and I heard it again, that dragging shuffle as it moved away from the tent and disappeared into the brush. I didn't sleep after that, just laid there staring at the ceiling, counting every heartbeat until dawn finally arrived. In the morning, I didn't say anything right away. I figured I was just overtired, or maybe still a little buzzed from the night before. The forest looked benign in the morning light, just trees and rocks and scrubby underbrush. Normal. Safe. I started the coffee while Drew and Vincent still slept, hoping the routine would settle my frayed nerves. When they emerged from the tent, I considered telling them about what I'd heard, but something held me back. What if they thought I was losing it? What if it really had been nothing? But then Vincent stepped outside and called for us in this weird voice, tight and sharp. "You guys need to see this." We came out, and there it was. Footprints all around the tent. Dozens of them. Bare feet, wide and long and misshapen. Like someone with a limp had been pacing around the tent over and over again. Some were smeared. Drag marks. And in the dirt near the fire pit, something had been drawn. A symbol. Just a crude stick figure carved into the dust with a long vertical body and weird antlers or horns curling off the top. The limbs were long and bent out like a spider. "Did you do that?" Drew asked Vincent, half laughing but with his voice cracking a bit. Vincent shook his head. "I thought one of you did." No one said anything for a while. I could see both of them trying to process what we were seeing, to find some rational explanation that would allow us to continue our weekend without admitting we were terrified. "Maybe someone's messing with us," Drew suggested, scanning the tree line. "Maybe there are other campers." "We haven't seen anyone else since we got here," I reminded him. "Could be local kids," Vincent offered, "playing pranks on the out-of-towners." We all nodded, clinging to this explanation, even though none of us believed it. The footprints were too numerous, too deliberately placed. And that symbol, something about it made my stomach tighten whenever I looked at it. "Should we pack up?" I asked, finally voicing what we were all thinking. Drew, always the stubborn one, shook his head. "And go where? Drive all night back to the city? No way. We're not letting some prankster ruin our weekend." Vincent nodded, though I could tell he was reluctant. "One more night, then we'll head back in the morning." We packed up breakfast quick that morning and decided to spend the day away from camp. Maybe if we were gone, whoever was messing with us would get bored and move on. We hiked to a small canyon about 2 miles away, bringing lunch and plenty of water. The canyon was beautiful, red rock walls stretching up nearly 60 feet, ancient petroglyphs etched into some sections. We spent hours exploring, taking photos, trying to pretend everything was normal. But every time the wind picked up, bringing sounds from deeper in the canyon, we'd all freeze, listening intently. "So, about last night," I finally said as we sat eating our sandwiches on a flat rock formation. "Did either of you hear anything? Around 3 in the morning?" They looked at each other, then at me. "You mean the zipper?" Vincent asked quietly. My heart stuttered. "You heard it too?" He nodded. "I thought it was one of you guys going out to pee. I was half asleep." Drew was staring at us now, his sandwich forgotten in his hand. I woke up to breathing, right outside the tent. I figured it was an animal sniffing around. We sat in silence, the implications settling over us. Someone, or something, had been outside our tent last night, watching us, maybe trying to get in, and now we knew it hadn't been a dream or my imagination. "Should we call the Rangers?" Vincent suggested. "Report it?" Drew shook his head. "No cell service, remember? We'd have to drive back to that gas station we passed, and that's a good hour each way." "We could just leave," I said again. "Pack up and go." But pride and daylight courage won out. We agreed to stay one more night, but with precautions. We'd take shifts staying awake. We'd keep the fire going all night, and we'd keep our knives and the hatchet close. As we hiked back to camp that afternoon, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. Not just watched, but actively tracked. Every time I turned to look behind us, there was nothing there, just empty trail and silent trees. But the sensation persisted, growing stronger as we approached our campsite. The place was giving off bad vibes now. Something didn't feel right. The third night was the worst. We didn't drink that night, didn't really talk much either. Just sat around the fire in silence, throwing in wood and trying not to jump at every creak or gust of wind. The tension was physical, like electricity in the air before a storm. I took the first watch, sitting with my back to the fire, facing the darkness. Drew and Vincent crawled into the tent around 11, but I doubt either of them slept much. Every sound from the forest seemed magnified. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, the occasional distant howl of what might have been a coyote. Around midnight, the woods went completely silent. No insects, no wind, nothing. Just absolute stillness that made my ears strain for any sound at all. Then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping from somewhere to my left. Tap, tap, tap. Like someone gently knocking on a tree trunk, keeping time to music only they could hear. I shone my flashlight in that direction but saw nothing, just trees and shadows. The tapping stopped immediately. I waited, heart hammering, for it to resume, but instead a new sound emerged from the opposite direction. Whispering, so faint I could barely make it out, but unmistakably human-like. I woke Drew, unable to sit alone with the sounds any longer. He emerged from the tent, bleary-eyed but immediately alert when he saw my face. "Someone's out there," I whispered. "I can hear them." We stood back to back, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. The whispering had stopped, but the feeling of being observed intensified. Drew suddenly grabbed my arm, pointing into the trees. "There," he hissed. Something moved. I saw it too. A flicker of movement about 30 yards out. A shadow separating from the darkness for just a moment before melting back in. Hello? Drew called out, voice steady despite everything. We know you're there. What do you want? Nothing. Just that awful silence pressing in from all sides. It was past midnight when we heard it. A voice. At first, we thought it was someone yelling from far away. Just one word screamed into the trees. Help! We froze. Then it came again. But it wasn't farther away. It was closer. Help, please. But the voice, it was off, like someone trying to imitate a human. The cadence was wrong. It sounded like it was coming from a throat that wasn't used to speaking. Drew stood up, grabbed the flashlight, and aimed it toward the sound. That's when we saw it. A shape, just at the edge of the firelight. It looked like a man at first. Tall, naked, hunched forward. But its limbs were too long. Its arms dangled nearly to the ground. The skin was pale and patchy, like something half-rotted, and its head, it was tilted wrong, like it had no control over its own neck. It opened its mouth again. Help! Help me! It croaked. But now we could all hear it clearly. That wasn't a person's voice. It sounded like one, but it was warped. Like it was pushing the words through a broken speaker. Drew dropped the flashlight. Vincent screamed as he emerged from the tent, and the thing, whatever it was, took one long step forward. We didn't think. We just ran. Grabbed what we could and bolted for the truck. Branches slapped our faces. Thorns ripped at our clothes, but I didn't care. I just kept running. I don't even know how I got to the truck or found the keys, but somehow we did. Threw ourselves inside, slammed the doors, and I floored it. The headlights swept across the trees as we turned, and for just a moment I caught a glimpse of it standing in the middle of our abandoned campsite. It was even taller than I'd thought, impossibly thin, with that same wrong angle to its head. It didn't chase us. It just watched, motionless, as we sped away. We didn't stop until we hit a gas station about an hour out. It was one of those run-down places with a flickering sign and nobody inside except a tired-looking guy behind the counter. We must have looked crazy. 3 guys covered in dirt, sweat, and terror. The cashier didn't say anything at first, just stared. Finally, I told him, maybe stupidly, what happened. I didn't use the word skinwalker or anything, just said there was someone or something out there in the woods that didn't seem human. That's when his face changed. He looked us over real slow and said, "You boys weren't camping near Black Hollow, were you?" We looked at each other. That's exactly where we'd been. He just nodded. "Y'all lucky." "Lucky?" Vincent asked, still shaking. The man leaned in, voice low. "Ain't supposed to be up there this time of year. That's when they walk." He wouldn't say more. Just gave us this look, like a warning, and rang us up for water and snacks without another word. We stayed in a cheap motel that night. Didn't talk much, just lay in our separate beds, trying to pretend none of it happened. The drive home the next day was silent. Each of us wrapped in our own thoughts, jumping whenever one of us shifted or cleared a throat. We made a pact, without really discussing it, to never mention what we'd seen, as if saying it aloud would make it more real, would cement it in our realities in a way we couldn't handle. I dropped Vincent off first. He lived in an apartment downtown, surrounded by people and noise and light. Safe. Before he got out of the truck, he turned to me, eyes wide and serious. "Do you think it was real?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper. "What we saw?" I didn't know how to answer. "I don't know what it was," I finally said, "but we all saw it." He nodded, face grim. "Call me tomorrow, okay?" But something in his voice made me think he wouldn't pick up. Drew was next. He lived with his girlfriend in a little house in the suburbs. As he gathered his gear from the truck bed, he paused. "Hey," he said, not meeting my eyes. "Let's not tell anyone about this. They wouldn't believe us anyway." I agreed, watching him walk up the path to his front door. He looked back once, a quick glance over his shoulder, before disappearing inside. I went home to my empty apartment, threw my gear in a corner, and took the longest, hottest shower of my life. As if I could wash away the memory of that thing at the edge of the firelight, the way its limbs didn't move right, that voice, like a puppet learning human words. But I figured it was over. We'd gotten away. We'd left whatever that was behind in the trees, buried in the dust of some cursed stretch of wilderness. But then things started happening. Little things at first, the kind of stuff you'd brush off if it weren't for what we'd seen. The first night I was home, my dog, Rusty, wouldn't stop barking at the backyard. Just stood there at the sliding glass door, ears back, growling at nothing, hackles up, didn't move from that spot for hours. I figured it was a raccoon or something. I didn't go out to check, just closed the blinds and turned the TV up louder than normal. The next night I found muddy footprints on the porch, bare feet, and I live alone. I tried to stay rational, told myself maybe it was a prank or some neighbor's kid messing around. Still, I locked all the doors, checked the windows twice before bed. Then the tapping started. It was around 3 a.m, maybe later. I'd fallen asleep on the couch, too wired to stay in bed. I woke up to this soft tap, tap, tap against the glass. Not loud, not urgent, just deliberate. I didn't move, just sat there, breathing shallow, listening. After a minute, it stopped. I waited another 5, then 10. Nothing. Eventually, I stood up and peeked through the blinds. The porch was empty, but the air felt heavy again. That same pressure I remembered from the woods, like something was near, just out of reach. I turned every light on in the house that night. Slept with a kitchen knife under my pillow like an idiot. Told myself it was just my nerves. Until Drew called the next day. He hadn't spoken to me or Vincent since the motel. I figured he needed space. But when he called, his voice was different. Strained, dry, like he hadn't slept. "I think something followed me," he said. I didn't say anything, just let him talk. He told me he'd been hearing things around his property at night, whispering, scratching, found claw marks on the side of his shed. His dog had gone missing 2 days before. "And the worst part?" he whispered. "I saw it. I looked out my bedroom window last night, and I saw it in the yard, standing there. Same thing from the woods, I swear to God." I didn't want to believe him, not really. But I did, because that night, it was my turn. I was brushing my teeth, just getting ready for bed, when I heard a voice, faint, from outside. "Help!" My stomach dropped. I walked to the window above the kitchen sink, and for a second, just a second, I saw a shadow move across the backyard. A tall, crooked silhouette, hunched and slow. Then it was gone. The lights flickered, my phone glitched, just went black for a minute, then came back on. The next morning I found the back gate open. I always lock it, always. The grass looked trampled, flattened, like something had circled the house over and over again. I called Vincent. He didn't answer. I tried again an hour later, still nothing. That night, he finally messaged me. "Bro, are you seeing it too? Outside my window right now, it's just standing there." I called him. No answer, just a text a few minutes later. It said my name, it said it in my voice. And then nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, front door deadbolted, shotgun across my lap. My fingers were trembling the whole time. The next morning I drove to Vincent's place. His front door was locked, but his car was in the driveway. I knocked, rang the bell, pounded on the door. Nothing. I walked around to the back and looked through the window. That's when I saw the living room, completely torn apart. Couch cushions shredded, the coffee table split in half. Deep gouges in the floor, like claws. Not dog claws, not anything normal. Deep, uneven slashes like something had raked the ground in a frenzy. And in the center of the room, sitting upright in the corner, was Vincent's phone. Just sitting there, screen cracked, still on. I didn't go in. I called the cops. They took it seriously, I guess, especially after seeing the state of the place. But Vincent was gone. No blood, no signs of a break-in, just gone, like he'd been taken. They asked me questions. I lied through most of them. I wasn't about to start talking about monsters from the woods or voices mimicking your name in the dark. They listed him as missing. That was it. Drew and I didn't talk for a few days. Then he called again, said he was leaving, moving, going to stay with his uncle in Montana, off-grid. "I can't be here anymore," he said. "I don't think we're safe. I don't think anywhere's safe, but maybe if I'm far enough out, It won't find me again. I didn't argue. I understood. But I wasn't going to run. I wanted to know what it was. I wanted to understand why it was doing this, why it waited until we were home, safe, before it started tearing us apart. That night, I sat in front of my computer, the shotgun never far from reach, and started researching. If I couldn't outrun this thing, maybe I could understand it. Maybe knowledge would be protection enough. The internet was full of stories, some lurid and clearly fake, others chillingly similar to our experience. People camping in remote areas, strange figures at the edge of firelight, voices calling for help in the night, and afterward, the stalking. The sense of being followed, being hunted, even in supposedly safe places. Most disturbing were the stories of what happened to those who were taken. They were never found, not their bodies, not any trace, just gone, with destruction left behind, claw marks, chaos. And in many cases, a symbol like the one we'd seen, that crude stick figure with long limbs and antlers. I printed out dozens of articles, taped them to my wall, connected them with red string like some conspiracy theorist. I wasn't sleeping much anymore. Every noise outside startled me. Every shadow seemed to contain movement. But I kept digging, desperate for anything that might help. That's when I found it. An old forum post from someone claiming to be a ranger in New Mexico. He wrote about territorial markers in the forests near certain tribal lands, symbols carved into trees or drawn in dirt that served as warnings to stay away. And more importantly, he wrote about how to counter them. If you see the Watcher's sign, he wrote, do not run, it wants the chase. Instead, make your own mark, a circle with a line through it drawn in your own blood. This is the sign of protection from the old ones. It cannot cross this barrier. It sounded crazy, desperate, but I was becoming desperate myself. I stared at that post for hours, wondering if there was any truth to it, any hope. The tapping at my window had become nightly now. Always at the same time, 3:12 a.m. exactly. Always in the same pattern. And sometimes, when I was brave enough to look, I would catch a glimpse of that tall, wrong-shaped silhouette watching from the yard. I stopped going to work, stopped answering calls, started boarding up windows and installing more locks. My neighbors probably thought I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. The lack of sleep, the constant fear, it was taking a toll. But I couldn't stop now. I had to understand. I had to find a way to end this. A week later, I started hearing scratching on my windows. It came every night at the same time, around 3:12 a.m. Just this slow, deliberate scritch across the glass. I recorded it once, listened back the next day. It wasn't just scratching. There was whispering underneath, barely audible. My name, over and over, whispered in my own voice. That was the night I almost lost it. I packed a bag, threw it in the truck, and just started driving. Nowhere in particular, just away. But 2 hours out of town, in the middle of nowhere, my truck died. Lights went out, engine sputtered, just died. I sat there on the side of the road, pitch black outside, and I swear to God I could see something in the trees, watching. I turned the key over and over, and it finally started again, roared back to life like nothing had happened. I didn't go home after that. I crashed at a friend's place out of state for a few days, slept on the couch, kept the lights on. Nothing happened while I was there, no tapping, no voices, just peace. But I couldn't stay forever. Eventually, I came back, and now, every night, the lights flicker. Every night the porch camera glitches, and every night at exactly 3:12 a.m. the motion sensor by the back door lights up. But there's never anyone there when I check the footage later. I tried calling Drew again, wanting to know if he was experiencing the same things or if his escape to Montana had worked. The number was disconnected. I tried his girlfriend, but she just said he'd left weeks ago, hadn't heard from him since. He kept saying something was after him, she told me, voice tight with worry. I thought he was having some kind of breakdown. Maybe he was. Maybe we all were. I tried to check the online forums again for more information, but the post I'd found earlier was gone, deleted. The entire forum shut down. It was like someone was systematically erasing any information that might help me. I started setting up cameras around my house, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was stalking me. Most nights they'd malfunction right around 3 a.m., just static or blackness during the crucial time. But one night, one camera caught something. It was at the edge of my yard, partially hidden by trees. That same tall figure, but the footage showed more detail than I'd seen before. Its skin wasn't just pale. It was almost translucent in places, stretched too tight over a frame that seemed more like twisted branches than bones. The head remained at that unnatural angle, but now I could see why. The neck was too long, bent backward, as if broken and never healed. And its eyes, two black hollows that reflected no light at all. Not looking at the camera, but at my bedroom window, watching, waiting. I almost deleted the footage immediately. Some primal part of me screamed that having this image, this proof, was dangerous, that acknowledging the thing made it stronger. But I needed evidence, needed to know I wasn't crazy. I saved the video to a drive and took it to the police station the next day. Told them I thought someone was stalking me, that I feared for my life. The officer looked concerned at first, then confused as he watched the footage. "Sir, there's nothing here," he said, turning the screen toward me. Where I'd seen the creature, clear as day, the screen now showed only empty trees and shifting shadows. The timestamp remained, but the figure was gone, erased somehow between my house and the station. The officer suggested I seek help, maybe talk to someone about anxiety and paranoia. He gave me a card for a mental health clinic. I took it, nodding, pretending to agree. But I knew what I'd seen, knew it wasn't just in my head. That night things escalated. The tapping became pounding, violent impacts that made my windows rattle in their frames. The power cut out completely, plunging the house into darkness broken only by my emergency flashlight. And for the first time, I heard it speak inside the house. "Help me," my own voice called from the hallway. "Please help." I barricaded myself in the bathroom, shotgun aimed at the door, heart threatening to explode from my chest. The voice moved through the house, room to room, getting closer each time. The doorknob to the bathroom rattled, turned slightly, then stopped. Silence fell. Complete and absolute. I stayed there until morning, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. When sunlight finally crept under the door, I emerged to find my house in chaos. Furniture overturned, pictures smashed, walls gouged with those same claw marks I'd seen at Vincent's, and on every mirror in the house, drawn in what looked like ash, that symbol, the stick figure with antlers and long, twisted limbs. I remembered what the forum post had said about countering the mark. It seemed insane, but I was beyond logic now. I took a knife, cut my palm, and drew a circle with a line through it on every mirror, every window, every entrance to the house. I repeated the process outside, drawing the symbol in the dirt around the perimeter of my property. Then I waited. Night fell. The clock ticked toward 3:12 a.m. I sat in the center of my living room, shotgun ready, bloodied hand throbbing, straining to hear any approach. 3:12 came and went. Nothing, no tapping, no voices, no power outages. For the first time in weeks, the night passed quietly. I began to hope. Had it worked? Had the symbols actually protected me? I allowed myself a few hours of fitful sleep, waking to sunlight streaming through the windows. The sense of relief lasted until my phone rang. It was Drew's girlfriend again, her voice broken by sobs. "They found his truck," she managed. "In Montana, empty, just empty. But there were claw marks all over the inside and some kind of symbol drawn on the dashboard." My stomach dropped. So it hadn't stopped. It had just shifted focus, moved on to Drew while I'd temporarily warded it off. "I'm so sorry," I said, not knowing what else to offer. "The police think it was an animal attack," she continued. "A bear or something. But there was no blood. None at all. How could an animal attack leave no blood?" I had no answer for her. None that wouldn't sound completely insane. After I hung up, I stood in my kitchen, staring at the symbols I'd drawn in my own blood the night before. They were working for now. But for how long? And at what cost? Had I just redirected this thing to Drew? Was I responsible for whatever had happened to him? I called the police station where Drew's case was being handled, pretending to be a concerned friend who had information. The detective was gruff, but listened as I asked about details, about whether there were any leads. "Look, I can't share much," he finally said. "But I will tell you, this isn't the first disappearance like this we've seen recently. Same pattern. Vehicle abandoned, no blood, those weird markings. Something strange is happening out there in those woods." I asked him how many cases, how far back they went. "At least 6 in the last year," he admitted. "All hikers or campers who ventured into restricted areas, all gone without a trace." So we weren't the first. And based on what had happened to Vincent, and now apparently Drew, we wouldn't be the last. Something was in those woods. Something that attached itself to people, followed them home, and eventually took them. And I was still on its list. The protective symbols had worked for one night. But as I inspected them in the daylight, I noticed they were already fading, the blood drying to a dull brown, flaking away in places. I would need to renew them, to keep cutting myself open night after night if I wanted to stay safe. Or I could do what I knew I had to do. Go back to those woods. Find the source. End this. I don't talk to anyone about it anymore. I tried once. A friend at work. He gave me this look like I needed help. Like I was unraveling. Maybe I am. Maybe it's just trauma. Some part of my brain cracking from stress. But deep down, I know the truth. That thing from the woods, it's not just some cryptid or old story, it's real. And it wants something, not to kill, not at first. It wants you to see it. It wants to be known, to be feared, to be inside your life. Drew is still missing. No leads, no updates. Vincent, too, gone without a trace. And me. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that voice. Help. Not from far away now, from inside the house, and I don't know what to do anymore. The protective symbols work, but each morning they need to be redrawn. Each morning, another cut, another smear of blood. My hand is a mess of scars now, the pain constant. This isn't sustainable. I can't live like this forever, jumping at shadows, bleeding myself dry for temporary protection. So I've made a decision. Tomorrow I'm going back to Black Hollow, back to where it all started. I've spent weeks researching, gathering any information I can find about the area, about similar disappearances, about rituals of protection that might be more permanent than my blood-drawn circles. An old Navajo text I found talks about confrontation, about facing these entities at their source, about reclaiming your own voice and name from them. It says they can only take those who run, those who allow fear to consume them. I don't know if it's true, but it's the only hope I have left. I've packed my truck with supplies, salt, white sage, cedar, iron nails, and other items mentioned in various protective rituals. I've written down everything I know, everything I've experienced, in this journal. If I don't come back, at least there will be a record, a warning to others. Tonight is my last night at home. I sit by the window watching the darkness gather outside. The protective symbols are still holding. No tapping, no whispers yet. But there's a pressure building, like the air before a storm. It knows I'm planning something. It can sense my intent. In the yard, just beyond the barrier of my blood-drawn circle, I can see it. Not hiding anymore. Not lurking at the edges of vision. It stands fully visible, that impossible height, those wrong-angled limbs. Its head swivels slowly, black voids of eyes fixed on me through the glass. Watching. Waiting. For the first time, I don't look away. I stare back, meeting that empty gaze. And I understand something I hadn't before. It's not just hunting me. It's studying me, learning me, becoming me in some twisted way. The thought makes my stomach churn, but I hold its gaze. Tomorrow, I say aloud, knowing somehow it can hear me. This ends tomorrow. The creature tilts its head further, neck bending at an angle that would snap human vertebrae. A sound emerges from it. Not quite a laugh, not quite a growl. An acknowledgement, perhaps. A challenge accepted. Dawn breaks, and I load the final supplies into my truck. The neighborhood is quiet, oblivious to the horror that has been unfolding in their midst for weeks. I take one last look at my house, knowing I may never see it again. The protection symbols have held through the night, but they're fading fast, brown blood turning to dust. The drive to New Mexico feels different this time. No excitement, no anticipation of relaxation. Just grim determination and fear churning in my gut. The roads become familiar as I approach Black Hollow, the same gravel paths, the same twisted trees. It's exactly as I remember, yet somehow more sinister in daylight. I park at the trailhead, a quarter-mile from where we camped that weekend. The forest is silent around me, not even wind disturbing the leaves. Waiting. I gather my supplies, a backpack filled with protective items, a knife, a flashlight. The shotgun stays in the truck. I know somehow it would be useless against what I'm facing. The hike to our old campsite is eerie. The forest feels dense, compressed, like it's leaning in toward the path. I keep my eyes forward, refusing to look for movement in the periphery. The symbols we found carved in trees weeks ago seem more numerous now, or perhaps I'm just noticing them more. They all point inward, toward the center of the hollow. Our campsite is untouched. The fire ring still there, the flattened grass where our tent stood, and in the center, fresh in the dirt, that symbol. Larger now, more detailed. The stick figure with antlers and twisted limbs. It wasn't here when we fled. Something has drawn it recently, waiting for me. I set up my own circle. Salt poured in a perfect ring, iron nails driven into the ground at cardinal points, sage burning in the center. I sit cross-legged inside this barrier and wait as the sun begins its descent. The text said I must confront it at dusk, the time between worlds, when barriers are thinnest. Hours pass. The forest grows darker, shadows lengthening. I maintain my position, focusing on steady breathing, on keeping fear at bay. This entity feeds on terror. I believe that now. It grows stronger with each quickened heartbeat, each panicked thought. When dusk finally arrives, the transformation is immediate. The air thickens, becomes heavy in my lungs. Sounds emerge from all directions, whispering, scratching, that familiar tap, tap, tap on tree trunks. Movement flickers at the edges of my vision, but I keep my gaze fixed on the symbol in the dirt. I know you're here, I say, voice stronger than I feel. I've come to end this. The whispering intensifies, becoming a chorus of voices. Some I recognize. Vincent's laugh, Drew's sarcastic tone, my own voice calling for help. They circle around me, incorporeal yet pressing against my protective barrier, testing its strength. Then silence falls again. Complete, absolute. And it appears, stepping from between trees that seem to bend away from its passage. Taller than I remembered, its limbs longer, its body more twisted. The head still at that wrong angle, black void eyes fixed on me. It stops at the edge of my circle, head tilting as it examines my barrier. A sound emerges from it, that broken, raspy breathing I first heard outside our tent. "You came back," it says, using my voice perfectly now. No distortion, no mechanical quality. Just my voice, as if coming from my own mouth. "To finish this," I reply, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Finish?" it asks, circling my barrier slowly. Nothing ends, it only changes. Becomes something new. I follow its movement, turning to keep it in sight. "What are you?" A sound that might be laughter. I am what walks between, what watches, what waits. "What did you do to my friends?" It pauses, head tilting further. "They ran. You stayed." "Where are they?" "Here," it says, gesturing to itself. "There, everywhere, part of the watching now." My blood runs cold at the implication. That my friends aren't just gone. They've been absorbed somehow, become part of this entity. Their voices, their memories, parts of them still exist within it. "And that's what you want from me," I say. Not a question. "You are different," it replies. "You came back. Voluntary offerings are rarer, stronger." I'm not offering myself. That broken laughter again. Yet here you are. The entity moves closer to my barrier, one elongated finger reaching out to touch the line of salt. It hisses, withdrawing slightly as the salt glows faintly on contact. "Protections," it says, almost amused. "They will not last." "They don't need to," I reply, reaching into my backpack. "I just need them long enough." I withdraw the final item from my pack, a small mirror, its surface inscribed with the counter symbol I'd been using at home, the circle with a line through it, drawn in my blood. The entity recoils slightly, those void eyes narrowing. Reflections can be problematic. "That's what I'm counting on," I say, raising the mirror toward it. "You've been taking from us, our voices, our forms, our fear. Now I'm taking back." I begin reciting the words from the Navajo text, ancient phrases that feel strange on my tongue but powerful nonetheless. As I speak, the mirror's surface begins to ripple, like water disturbed by a stone. The entity shrieks, a sound that contains multitudes, dozens of voices crying out at once. It lunges toward my barrier, clawed hands striking against the invisible wall created by salt and iron. The mirror in my hands grows hot, painfully so, but I continue the chant, holding it steady, pointed at the creature. Its form begins to waver, like heat rising from asphalt, portions of it seeming to peel away, drawn toward the mirror's surface. I hear Vincent's voice, clear as day. "Keep going." Then Drew's, "It's working." The entity thrashes, its form stretching, distending, as pieces of it are pulled into the mirror. The void eyes fix on me one last time, and I hear my own voice emerge from it once more. This changes nothing. I am always watching. With a sound like air rushing from a vacuum, the entity collapses inward, drawn into the mirror in a spiral of darkness. The glass cracks but holds, a web of fractures spreading across its surface. Within the cracks, I can see movement. Shadows shifting, faces forming briefly before dissolving again. Then stillness. The forest exhales around me, normal sounds returning, insects chirping, leaves rustling. My protective circle remains intact, but the mirror in my hands feels heavy, alive with captured energy. I don't know if I've destroyed the entity or merely contained it. The texts weren't clear on that point. All I know is that the pressure is gone. That sense of being watched, being hunted, has lifted. Whether temporary or permanent, I've bought myself time. I carefully wrap the mirror in a cloth inscribed with protective symbols and place it back in my pack. The forest feels different now. Not friendly exactly, but neutral. No longer actively hostile. As I hike back to my truck, I think about Drew and Vincent. Are they truly gone? Or is some essence of them trapped within that mirror now, along with the entity that took them? The thought is both horrifying and strangely comforting. At least they're not suffering anymore. At least there's some form of closure. Back at the truck, I place the wrapped mirror in a box lined with salt and iron filings, then seal it with wax mixed with sage ash. I don't know what to do with it long term, perhaps bury it somewhere remote or find someone with more knowledge who can handle it safely. All I know is this: the thing from the woods, it's not just some cryptid or old story. It's real. And while I may have contained it for now, I don't believe for a second that it's gone completely. These entities don't die. They wait. They watch. They find new ways to reach through the barriers between their world and ours. So I remain vigilant. I check my doors twice before bed. I renew protective symbols regularly. And I never, ever answer when I hear a voice calling for help in the night. Because now I know I didn't bring it back. It followed. And somewhere, somehow, it's still watching. By 2018, my friend Jake and I had been hiking companions for nearly a decade. We had traversed the dense forests of Washington and Oregon together, endured the scorching heat of southwestern deserts, and conquered the challenging peaks of the Sierra Nevada side by side. Our experiences had forged a deep trust between us, the kind that develops only through shared hardships and triumphs in remote wilderness areas. After years of exploring familiar territories, we craved something more demanding, more isolated, more primal. That's when Jake suggested the Frank Church River of No Return Wilderness, or simply the Frank, as seasoned outdoorsmen call it. Located in Idaho and spanning over 2 million acres, it represents one of the largest contiguous wilderness areas in the continental United States. The name itself carried an ominous weight that should have been our first warning. "It's the real deal," Jake said one evening as we studied maps in my apartment. "No cell service, minimal ranger patrols, and terrain so rough that most tourists never go beyond the first few miles of marked trails." His eyes gleamed with anticipation as his finger traced potential routes across the topographic lines. We'd have the place practically to ourselves. I studied the map, noting the vast distances between access points, the dramatic elevation changes, and the numerous river crossings. "It looks intense," I admitted. "Much more isolated than anything we've done before." "That's precisely the point," Jake responded, leaning back in his chair with a smile that revealed both confidence and challenge. "Are you getting hesitant? Because I can always ask someone else." That subtle provocation was all it took. 3 weeks later, we were methodically packing our gear for what would become the most harrowing experience of my life. The evening before our departure, I stood in my living room surrounded by equipment: ultralight tent, sub-zero sleeping bag, water filtration system, first aid supplies, topographic maps, compass, GPS unit, dried foods, cooking equipment, and clothing for all weather conditions. Everything had been meticulously selected, balancing weight against necessity. I recalled the warnings I'd read online about the Frank, stories of experienced hikers who had disappeared, accounts of sudden weather changes that trapped people for days, and tales of encounters with wildlife that ended badly. Warnings that I had dismissed as exaggerations designed to keep novices away. That night, I barely slept. An inexplicable unease had settled in my chest, not the usual pre-adventure excitement, but something darker, more foreboding. In retrospect, perhaps it was intuition trying to warn me, but I ignored it, attributing the sensation to normal pre-trip anxiety. Dawn brought clarity and determination. We loaded my Subaru Outback, secured the roof rack, and began the long journey northward from California into Idaho's rugged interior. The drive took nearly 2 days, the landscape gradually transforming from the familiar to the foreign. Civilization thinned out as we progressed, small towns giving way to isolated gas stations, then to nothing but wilderness. By late afternoon of the second day, we arrived at a small graveled trailhead near the middle fork of the Salmon River. A weathered wooden sign displayed a crude map of the area, along with faded warnings about bear activity and current fire restrictions. The parking area was empty except for a single dusty pickup truck at the far end. "Looks like we have the place to ourselves," Jake observed, stretching after the long drive. His voice carried an edge of satisfaction that I initially mistook for simple enthusiasm. We unloaded our packs, performed final equipment checks, and locked the car. I remember hesitating, looking back at the vehicle, our last connection to the world we were leaving behind. For a moment, I considered suggesting we postpone, start smaller, perhaps try a less remote section. But pride silenced my concerns. As we shouldered our packs and took our first steps onto the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I glanced toward the pickup truck, but saw no one. The only witnesses to our departure were the ancient pines that towered above, their branches swaying gently in the afternoon breeze. "Ready for the best hike of your life?" Jake asked, already several paces ahead. I forced a smile. Born ready. Neither of us could have anticipated what the Frank had in store for us. The first day progressed without incident. We maintained a steady pace along a well-marked trail that wound through dense pine forest. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of evergreens and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. We covered approximately 8 miles before making camp near a clear, gurgling creek. The routine was familiar. Jake set up the tent while I filtered water and prepared a simple meal of dehydrated chili. We ate in comfortable silence, occasionally commenting on the day's hike or pointing out wildlife. That first night in the wilderness was peaceful, almost deceptively so. The stars blazed overhead in numbers I'd forgotten existed, their light undimmed by urban pollution. I fell asleep to the gentle sounds of water flowing over stone and wind whispering through pine needles. The second day brought more challenging terrain. The trail narrowed and began to climb, switchbacking up ridges and descending into valleys. The underbrush thickened, sometimes encroaching on the path until we had to push through tangled vegetation. Conversation dwindled as we focused on negotiating the increasingly difficult landscape. By late afternoon, we had penetrated deeper into the wilderness than either of us had anticipated. The marked trail had become less distinct, occasionally disappearing entirely before reappearing several yards ahead. At times, we relied on cairns, small stacks of rocks placed by previous hikers, to guide our way. "We're making good time," Jake remarked during a brief water break. He studied our position on the map, tracing our progress with his finger. "Another day like this and we'll reach the canyon overlook. The views there are supposed to be incredible." I nodded, conserving energy. My legs ached from the day's exertion, but it was a satisfying discomfort, the kind that comes from pushing physical limits in pursuit of something worthwhile. That evening, we pitched our tent on a relatively flat area protected by a stand of ancient cedar trees. The location offered a partial view of the valley below, now bathed in the golden light of sunset. We boiled water for our freeze-dried meals, the steam rising in the cooling air. Jake seemed unusually quiet during dinner, his gaze repeatedly drawn to the deeper wilderness that extended beyond our campsite. When I asked what was on his mind, he simply shrugged and said, "Just thinking about tomorrow's route." But there was something in his expression, a tension around his eyes, a slight furrow between his brows, that suggested more was at work than simple route planning. I slept fitfully that night, awakening several times to unfamiliar sounds. The distant howl of a wolf, the sudden snap of a branch, and once, what sounded like voices carried on the wind, though I dismissed this as the product of dreams blending with reality. The third day dawned gray and cool, with low clouds obscuring the mountain peaks. We ate a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and coffee, packed up our gear, and resumed our journey. The trail had become increasingly difficult to follow, sometimes disappearing completely beneath fallen trees or washed-out sections. Around midday, Jake stopped abruptly and turned to me with an expression that combined excitement with something else, something almost predatory. "I'm thinking we should go off trail," he suggested, gesturing toward a densely wooded area to our right. "The real Frank is out there, not on these tourist paths." I hesitated. Going off trail meant abandoning the security of a marked route, relying instead on our navigation skills and equipment. It meant entering territory where help, if needed, would be significantly harder to find. "Are you sure that's wise?" I asked, scanning the imposing forest. "We're already pretty deep in." Jake's expression hardened slightly. "I thought you wanted an adventure. If you're scared, we can stick to the kiddie trail." His words stung as they were meant to. We had been friends long enough for him to know exactly how to provoke me. I knew I was being manipulated, but pride overrode caution. "Lead the way," I said, adjusting my pack straps. Jake grinned and immediately veered off the trail, plunging into the thick underbrush. I followed, pushing aside branches and ducking under low-hanging limbs. The change was immediate and disorienting. Without the trail as reference, the forest seemed to close in around us. Trees grew closer together, their trunks wider than my shoulders, their roots creating a chaotic maze across the forest floor. Moss draped everything, muffling sound and dimming the already subdued daylight. The ground underfoot became a spongy carpet that sometimes gave way unexpectedly. Our progress slowed considerably. We had to navigate around fallen trees, deep ravines, and dense thickets. The visibility was poor, rarely extending beyond 50 yards in any direction. More than once I found myself turned around, temporarily losing sight of Jake and feeling a surge of panic before locating him again. The air grew heavier, filled with the rich scent of decay and growth, the smell of a forest largely untouched by human presence. Birds called from unseen perches, their voices strange and somehow ominous in the filtered light. After perhaps 2 hours of this challenging travel, Jake suddenly stopped, his head tilted slightly as if listening. I paused beside him, my breath coming in controlled gasps from the exertion. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. At first I heard nothing beyond our breathing and the ambient sounds of the forest. Then it reached me, a low, steady hum, distinctly mechanical and completely out of place in this wilderness setting. We exchanged glances but said nothing. By unspoken agreement, we moved toward the sound, curiosity overriding caution. The hum grew louder as we pushed forward, eventually resolving into what I recognized as distorted music. Heavy and aggressive, with screaming vocals barely discernible beneath layers of electronic distortion. After a few minutes of careful progress, we broke through a thicket of young saplings and found ourselves facing the source of the sound, a concrete bunker, partially sunken into a low rise, its steel door hanging slightly ajar. The concrete exterior was covered in bizarre symbols, circles, zigzags, and lines that formed no recognizable pattern. The music emanated from within, pulsing like a heartbeat of something malevolent. We stopped a few yards from the entrance, suddenly aware of how exposed we were. The bunker seemed profoundly wrong in this setting, a human intrusion of the most jarring kind, not a ranger station or hiker's shelter, but something secretive and threatening. "What the hell is this place?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the throbbing music. Jake shook his head slowly. "No idea. Military, maybe? Or some survivalist compound?" I studied the symbols scratched into the concrete. They appeared crude but intentional, possibly ritual in nature. The music continued to pulse from within the partially open door, heavy and violent. "Should we check it out?" Jake asked, his voice carrying an undercurrent of excitement that alarmed me. "Are you insane?" I hissed. "We have no idea who's in there or what they're doing." The sensible course of action was obvious: retreat quietly and continue our journey, perhaps reporting the location to rangers once we returned to civilization. But as we stood there, I realized a disturbing truth. Part of me wanted to look inside, to solve the mystery of this anomalous structure in the middle of nowhere. Before we could decide, fate intervened. A sudden gust of wind carried the scent of cigarette smoke to us. Someone was outside the bunker, possibly watching us right now. I caught Jake's eye and tilted my head back in the direction we had come. He nodded, understanding immediately. We turned and began to retreat, moving as quietly as possible through the underbrush. We had covered perhaps a few hundred yards when the forest around us changed. It wasn't anything I could pinpoint immediately, not a sound or a sight, but a feeling, as if the air itself had become charged with hostile intent. "We're being followed," Jake whispered, voicing what I already suspected. We quickened our pace, no longer concerned with stealth but with putting distance between ourselves and the bunker. Branches scraped against my arms and face as I pushed through the dense vegetation. We were discussing who would build such a structure in this remote location when two figures materialized from the trees ahead, as if they had been waiting for us. They wore full camouflage gear with balaclavas concealing their faces. Each held what appeared to be an AK-style rifle, barrels currently pointed downward but gripped with obvious readiness. My entire body tensed as Jake and I stopped, frozen in place. For several heartbeats, nobody moved. The only sound was our labored breathing and the distant thump of music from the bunker behind us. Then one of the men raised his rifle, pointing it directly at us. "On your knees," he commanded, his voice flat and emotionless. "Arms up." I glanced at Jake, whose hands were moving toward the straps of his backpack. In that moment, I realized we were in genuine danger. These weren't park rangers or even ordinary hunters. The remoteness of our location, the hidden bunker, the concealed faces, everything pointed to people who operated outside the law. As I slowly raised my hands, Jake made his move. In one fluid motion, he unclipped his pack, let it drop to the ground, and bolted to the right, disappearing into the trees. The sudden action broke my paralysis. I released my own pack straps and ran after him, zigzagging between tree trunks. A shot cracked through the air, deafeningly loud in the confined space of the forest. Bark exploded from a tree to my left, showering me with splinters. I ducked instinctively but kept running, my lungs burning and heart hammering against my ribs. Behind me, I heard someone shouting, "Cease fire! We need them alive!" The words sent a wave of terror through me, more potent than the gunfire. Whatever these men wanted us for, it wasn't something I was willing to discover. More shots followed, lower now, kicking up dirt around my feet. They were aiming to wound, to slow us down, to capture rather than kill. This realization propelled me forward with renewed desperation. Jake was ahead of me, weaving through the trees with the agility of someone whose life depended on it, which it did. I matched his pace, grateful for the years of hiking that had conditioned my body for this kind of sustained exertion. The gunfire eventually stopped, but we continued running until our legs threatened to give out. When we finally stopped, both of us were gasping for breath, bodies trembling from adrenaline and exertion. "I think we lost them," Jake managed between gulps of air, leaning against a tree for support. We listened intently, hearing nothing but the natural sounds of the forest and our own ragged breathing. No footsteps, no voices, no gunfire. But the absence of pursuit offered little comfort given our new reality. We were now deep in wilderness territory, without our packs, which meant no food, no shelter, no maps, and no emergency equipment. As the initial surge of adrenaline faded, the gravity of our situation began to sink in. We were truly alone, truly vulnerable, and night was approaching. The first night without our equipment was an exercise in misery. As darkness enveloped the forest, the temperature dropped rapidly. Without sleeping bags or tent, we were at the mercy of the elements. We huddled against a fallen log, pulling our jackets tightly around us in a futile attempt to conserve body heat. Hunger gnawed at my stomach, but thirst was the more immediate concern. We had found a small stream before nightfall and drunk our fill, but without containers to carry water, we would need to locate new sources regularly. Sleep came in brief, troubled intervals. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the cracking of branches under the weight of nocturnal creatures, jolted me awake, convinced that our pursuers had found us. In the darkness, my imagination populated the shadows with armed men creeping closer, their rifles aimed at our sleeping forms. Jake seemed equally vigilant. We spoke little, each lost in private calculations of survival and escape. Dawn brought a bone-deep chill and renewed awareness of our hunger. We found a bush with small berries that Jake identified as safe to eat. They were sour and barely ripe, staining our fingers purple as we picked them, but they provided minimal sustenance. "We need to keep moving south," Jake said, studying the position of the morning sun through gaps in the canopy. "That's our best chance of reaching the trailhead." I nodded, too exhausted for conversation. My head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, and my mouth felt dry despite having drunk water recently. The first signs of dehydration I recognized. Not severe yet, but concerning nonetheless. We walked all day, stopping only to drink from streams and forage what edible plants we could find. The forest stretched endlessly around us, trees so numerous and similar that progress felt illusory. Were we actually moving toward safety or merely wandering in circles? Without maps or GPS, certainty was impossible. By evening, blisters had formed on my feet, each step becoming increasingly painful. Jake wasn't faring much better. I noticed him wincing whenever he put weight on his right ankle. We found shelter under an overhanging rock formation. Not ideal, but better than complete exposure. The night was clear, allowing the temperature to drop even lower than the previous evening. We couldn't risk a fire that might attract our pursuers, so we endured the cold, shivering violently as darkness settled around us. "Who do you think they were?" I asked, breaking the long silence. Jake stared into the darkness. "Militia, maybe, or drug operations. This area's perfect for anyone wanting to stay off the grid." "What would they have done if they'd caught us?" He turned to me, his expression grim in the faint moonlight. "Let's be grateful we didn't find out." I fell into an uneasy sleep, dreaming of men in masks dragging us back to their bunker, down into darkness where the pounding music never stopped. I awoke multiple times, heart racing, convinced I'd heard footsteps approaching. The third day brought weakness and disorientation. My vision occasionally blurred at the edges, and standing too quickly caused dizziness. We found more berries and some edible roots, but our bodies were operating at a severe caloric deficit. "We need protein," Jake muttered, scanning the forest floor for signs of small game. "And fat. We can't keep going like this." But we had no weapons, no traps, no means of hunting. We trudged onward, each step requiring conscious effort. Conversation dwindled to essential communication only, Warnings about difficult terrain ahead, notifications of water sources, brief consultations about direction. The forest had transformed from a place of adventure to one of menace. Every shadow concealed potential threats. Every unexpected sound triggered a surge of adrenaline. The wild, which had once been our playground, had become our prison. Late in the afternoon, Jake suddenly stopped, raising his hand for silence. I froze, straining to hear what had caught his attention. "Engine," he whispered, pointing to our right. At first I heard nothing. Then it reached me, the distant but unmistakable sound of a motor vehicle. It could mean salvation or danger. There was no way to know which. We moved cautiously toward the sound, pushing through dense underbrush until we emerged onto a narrow dirt road, little more than a rutted track cutting through the trees, but unmistakably man-made. Civilization, I breathed, feeling a surge of hope for the first time in days. Jake nodded, but his expression remained cautious. Could be anyone's road. Might lead to a ranger station, might lead back to them. We debated briefly before deciding to follow the road. Even if it didn't lead directly to safety, it would eventually connect to larger roads and, ultimately, to people who could help us. We walked for perhaps an hour, staying just inside the tree line rather than on the exposed road itself, a compromise between making good time and maintaining caution. The road curved and dipped, following the natural contours of the land. As we rounded a bend, a small wooden structure came into view, a ranger station, its windows glowing with warm light in the fading day. A pickup truck with National Park Service markings was parked outside. Relief flooded through me so powerfully that my knees nearly buckled. Jake placed a steadying hand on my shoulder, his own expression revealing the same profound emotion. "We made it," he said simply. We approached the ranger station slowly, aware of our appearance. Filthy, scratched, clothes torn, faces gaunt from hunger and exhaustion. The ranger who opened the door took one look at us and immediately ushered us inside. "Good Lord, what happened to you boys?" he asked, already moving to pour coffee and retrieve first aid supplies. He was an older man with a gray beard and weathered face, his uniform bearing the faded patch of someone who had served in the wilderness for decades. His name tag identified him as Ranger Wilson. As we sipped hot coffee with trembling hands, we recounted our experience. The bunker, the strange symbols, the armed men who had pursued us, our desperate flight through the forest without supplies. Wilson listened without interruption, his expression growing increasingly grave. When we finished, he picked up his radio and contacted local police, providing our location and a brief summary of our story. Then he turned back to us. "You're lucky to be alive," he said simply. "That area has a history of problems." "What kind of problems?" Jake asked. Wilson sighed, seeming to weigh how much to tell us. "The Frank is big, too big to patrol effectively. Over the years, it's attracted people who want to disappear. Some are just off-grid types, harmless enough. Others are more dangerous. Militia groups, survivalists with extreme views, even criminal operations." "And the authorities just let them stay out there?" I asked, incredulous. "It's complicated," Wilson replied. "Limited resources, jurisdictional issues. Sometimes we know generally where these groups are operating. But without specific evidence of criminal activity, there's not much that can be done. And when there is evidence, mounting an operation in terrain like this is extremely difficult and dangerous." 2 police officers arrived about an hour later. They took our statements, their expressions professional but skeptical, in a way that suggested they'd heard similar stories before. They promised to send rangers to investigate the bunker location, based on our best attempt to describe its position. We spent the night at the ranger station, sleeping on cots that felt luxurious after our nights on the forest floor. In the morning, the police returned with news. The rangers had found the bunker, but it was empty. No people, no equipment, just the concrete structure with its bizarre symbols scratched into the walls. Our backpacks were nowhere to be found. "These groups are mobile," one officer explained. "They probably cleared out as soon as they realized there were witnesses in the area. They'll likely relocate to another section of the wilderness." The implication was clear. They were still out there, just somewhere else now. The thought sent a chill through me despite the warmth of the ranger station. After providing us with meals and basic medical attention for our various minor injuries, Ranger Wilson drove us back to our car at the trailhead. It sat exactly as we had left it, a surreal reminder of how dramatically our circumstances had changed in just a few days. The drive home was largely silent. Jake stared out the passenger window, his expression unreadable. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white, replaying events in my mind, questioning decisions, wondering about alternative outcomes. The wilderness that had once been a source of joy and escape had revealed a darker aspect, a reminder that not all dangers in the wild come from nature itself. The physical recovery came quickly. Within a week, the blisters had healed, the scratches had faded, and the persistent ache of hunger had become a distant memory. The psychological aftermath proved more enduring. I found myself startling at unexpected sounds, even in the safety of my apartment. Sleep became elusive, disrupted by dreams of pursuit through endless forests or of masked men dragging me into darkened bunkers. During waking hours, I was hypervigilant, constantly scanning for threats that weren't there. Jake and I spoke infrequently in the weeks following our return. When we did talk, our conversations were superficial, deliberately avoiding discussion of what had happened in the Frank. It was as if acknowledging the experience would somehow make it more real, more present in our lives. 1 month after our return, Jake called unexpectedly late one evening. "I've been doing some research," he said without preamble, "about the Frank and the symbols we saw." I felt a tightening in my chest. "Why? It's over. We got lucky. Best to leave it behind us." "Is it, though?" His voice had an intensity that alarmed me. "Don't you want to understand what we stumbled into?" "Not particularly," I replied, though this wasn't entirely true. Despite my attempts to move forward, questions lingered in my mind. Who were those men? What purpose did the bunker serve? What did the symbols mean? But pursuing answers seemed dangerous, a path leading back toward experiences I was trying to forget. "I found something," Jake continued, ignoring my reluctance. "Those symbols, they're used by a group called the Covenant of the Sacred Earth. They're an extreme survivalist cult with apocalyptic beliefs. They think society is on the verge of collapse and are preparing for what they call the Great Cleansing." "How do you know this?" I asked, unsettled by both the information and Jake's apparent obsession with it. Internet forums, news archives, academic papers on domestic extremism. It took some digging, but the patterns match. The symbols, the remote location, the armed security. It all fits their profile. I remained silent, unsure how to respond. Part of me wanted to end the conversation, to hang up and continue pretending that our experience had been an isolated incident, a random encounter with danger that held no larger significance. Another part recognized that understanding might be the only path to true recovery. "There's more," Jake said into my silence. "According to some sources, they're involved in weapons trafficking, possibly even human trafficking. They use the wilderness as a staging ground, a place where they can operate outside of government oversight." "Did you tell the police about this?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "I tried. They took my statement but didn't seem particularly interested. One officer basically patted me on the head and suggested I was connecting dots that weren't there." "Maybe you are," I suggested gently. "We were under extreme stress. Trauma can make people see patterns." "I'm not imagining this," Jake interrupted, his voice sharp. "I know what I saw. What we saw. These people are dangerous, and they're operating right under everyone's noses." The conversation ended shortly thereafter, with Jake promising to send me links to his research and me promising half-heartedly to review them. After hanging up, I sat in my darkened apartment, a subtle tremor in my hands as memories I'd been suppressing threatened to resurface. I didn't look at Jake's research when it arrived in my email the next day. Instead, I archived the message, telling myself I would examine it when I felt ready, a time I secretly suspected would never come. 2 weeks later, Jake called again. This time, his voice was hushed, almost conspiratorial. "I think I'm being watched," he said without greeting. "What?" I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. "There's been a car parked across from my apartment for 3 days. Different people inside, but always the same car. And I've noticed someone following me when I go out. Jake, listen to yourself, I urged. This sounds paranoid. Maybe you should talk to someone, a professional. I'm not paranoid, he snapped. They know we saw them. They know we can identify their location. We're loose ends. The Rangers said the bunker was empty when they checked. They've moved on, Jake. They don't care about us. That's what they want you to think. His voice had taken on a feverish quality that alarmed me. I'm going back. You're what? I nearly shouted. I'm going back to the Frank. I need evidence, concrete proof of what's happening out there. Photos, recordings, something the authorities can't ignore. That's insane, I said, genuine fear rising within me. We barely escaped with our lives last time. You can't seriously be considering going back, especially alone. I'm not asking for your permission, Jake replied coldly. I'm telling you because you were there. You saw what I saw. I thought you might understand. What I understand is that you're not thinking clearly, I insisted. Whatever is out there, it's not worth risking your life over. Some things are bigger than individual safety, he said. If what I suspect is true, people are being hurt, maybe killed. I can't just pretend I don't know that. No amount of reasoning could dissuade him. The conversation ended with Jake promising to contact me when he returned, an assurance that did nothing to alleviate my growing dread. 3 days later, I received a text from Jake. Heading in tomorrow, we'll be out of contact for approximately 1 week. If you don't hear from me by the 17th, contact Detective Rivera at Idaho State Police. I've left a sealed envelope with my research and coordinates with my sister. I immediately called him, but the call went straight to voicemail. I left a message begging him to reconsider, then tried his sister, only to learn that he had already left Idaho Falls that morning, headed for the same trailhead where our ordeal had begun. The following week was torture. I checked my phone obsessively, slept poorly, and found myself unable to focus on work or normal activities. On the evening of the 17th, with no word from Jake, I faced a decision. Honor his request to contact the police, potentially involving myself in whatever trouble he had courted, or respect his choice and allow him the autonomy to face the consequences of his actions. In the end, conscience overrode caution. I called Detective Rivera and relayed Jake's message. The detective listened patiently, asked for details about our previous experience, and promised to look into the matter. His tone was professional but non-committal, the response of someone who had heard many such reports and found most to be unfounded. 3 days later, I received a call from Idaho State Police. They had found Jake's car at the trailhead, but no sign of Jake himself. A search operation was being organized. I flew to Idaho the next day, driven by guilt and a desperate hope that my presence might somehow aid in the search. I spoke with search and rescue teams, provided detailed descriptions of our previous route, and waited in agony for news. The search lasted 5 days before being scaled back. No trace of Jake was found. No equipment, no clothing, no signs of distress or struggle. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed him. Most of the search team believed he had become lost or injured in the vast wilderness, a tragic but not uncommon occurrence. Only Detective Rivera seemed to give any credence to the story of armed men and hidden bunkers, and even his interest seemed professional rather than convinced. People disappear in the wild for mundane reasons far more often than dramatic ones, he told me gently. Exposure, falls, animal encounters, these claim more lives than human malice. I wanted to believe him. I needed to believe him. The alternative, that Jake had been right, that he had been taken by the same people who had pursued us, was too horrific to contemplate. I returned home eventually, leaving contact information with local authorities in case new developments arose. Weeks passed, then months. Jake's family held a memorial service, though his body had not been recovered. I attended, hollow-eyed and distant, unable to share with them the full truth of what might have happened to their son and brother. In private moments, I sometimes revisited the archived email containing Jake's research. Each time my finger hovered over it, trembling slightly before I closed the application without opening the message. Whatever truths it contained, I wasn't ready to face them. A year passed. The police officially classified Jake as a missing person presumed deceased due to wilderness mishap. His case remained open, but inactive. Life continued, as it must. I no longer hiked. The very thought of entering even a local nature preserve triggered anxiety so intense it left me gasping for breath. The wilderness had been transformed in my mind from a place of refuge to one of concealed dangers and lurking malice. Sometimes, in the liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, I imagined Jake alone in the forest, pursued by masked men with rifles, calling my name as darkness closed around him. In these moments, I would startle fully awake, drenched in sweat, reaching for a phone to call for help that would never arrive in time. Other nights, I dreamed of the bunker, its door now fully open, revealing stairs that descended into impenetrable darkness. From that darkness, music thumped relentlessly, accompanied by sounds I couldn't or wouldn't identify. In these dreams, I stood at the threshold, knowing that Jake was somewhere below, waiting for me to find him, to save him. But I never entered. I always woke before taking that step. The rational part of my mind understood that these were manifestations of survivor's guilt, my psyche's attempt to process trauma and loss. But rationality offered little comfort in the dark hours when memories of those 3 days in the Frank returned with visceral intensity. 18 months after Jake's disappearance, I received an unexpected email from a journalist named Rebecca Weaver. She was writing a series of articles on missing persons cases in national wilderness areas and wanted to discuss Jake's story. My initial instinct was to ignore the message. I had already declined numerous interview requests from local news outlets and true crime podcasts. But something in her approach seemed different, more substantive than sensational. After several days of consideration, I agreed to meet her at a coffee shop near my apartment. Rebecca proved to be serious and well-prepared, with a stack of notes and a recorder she asked permission to use. She had already interviewed Jake's family and several members of the search team, she explained, and had reviewed the official reports. "What most interests me about your friend's case," she said after preliminary introductions, "is the discrepancy between the official explanation and certain details that don't quite fit the standard lost hiker narrative." "What details?" I asked cautiously. For one, Jake was an experienced outdoorsman who had successfully navigated challenging wilderness before. For another, he left behind what appears to be extensive research into extremist groups operating in the Frank Church wilderness. And then there's your initial report about armed men and a bunker, a report that was largely dismissed by authorities. I stared at her, feeling a complex mix of emotions, surprise that she had uncovered Jake's research, relief that someone was taking the more troubling aspects of his disappearance seriously, and renewed fear at the prospect of revisiting those experiences. "I don't know what Jake told you," I began carefully, "but our encounter in the Frank was—" I hesitated, searching for words that wouldn't make me sound delusional. "Traumatic?" Rebecca suggested gently. "Unexplainable. Potentially criminal." "All of those," I admitted, "but mainly dismissed. Everyone seemed to think we were exaggerating or confused about what we saw." "I don't think you were," Rebecca said, leaning forward slightly. "In fact, I found evidence that supports your account." She opened a folder and removed several photographs, placing them carefully on the table between us. They showed various wilderness locations, each containing structures similar to the bunker we had encountered, partially concealed concrete installations with steel doors. Some displayed the same bizarre symbols we had seen. These were taken at different locations throughout Idaho, Montana, and eastern Washington, Rebecca explained. All on public land, all off the grid, all unauthorized. I stared at the images, feeling a cold weight settle in my stomach. "What are they?" "According to my sources, they're outposts of several related extremist groups, militias, survivalists, apocalyptic cults. They use the wilderness as a base of operations precisely because it's so difficult to monitor and patrol." "And the authorities know about these?" I asked, struggling to process what she was showing me. "Some they know about, others they don't. Resources for wilderness law enforcement are stretched incredibly thin, and many of these structures are temporary, used for a few months, then abandoned when there's any hint of official interest." She pulled out another document, this one appearing to be an internal report from a law enforcement agency, though specific identifying information had been redacted. "According to this source, there's been increased activity in the region over the past 3 years. weapon stockpiling, paramilitary training, and possibly involvement in human trafficking, specifically the transportation of individuals across remote border sections into Canada. Human trafficking? I echoed, remembering what Jake had said during our last conversation. Rebecca nodded grimly. Primarily labor trafficking, moving people who are then forced to work in illegal operations across the border. But also some cases involving... She paused, seemingly reluctant to continue. Involving what? I pressed. Ritual abuse, she said quietly. Some of these groups have extreme religious or ideological beliefs that include initiatory violence. The coffee shop suddenly felt too warm, too confined. I loosened my collar, trying to maintain composure as memories of the bunker and the masked men collided with these new revelations. I think Jake may have stumbled onto something significant during his research, Rebecca continued. Something that made him dangerous to these groups, and I think that's why he disappeared. If what you're saying is true, I began, my voice sounding distant to my own ears, then why hasn't there been a serious investigation? Why was his case so quickly classified as just another wilderness accident? Rebecca sighed, gathering the photographs and returning them to her folder. That's what I'm trying to find out. It could be simple jurisdictional confusion or resource limitations, or the inherent difficulty of investigating crimes in such remote areas, or what? Or there could be more deliberate reasons for the lack of official interest. Her expression was carefully neutral as she said this, but her implication was clear. You're suggesting corruption? Official protection of these groups? The idea seemed fantastical, like something from a conspiracy thriller rather than real life. I'm not suggesting anything specific yet, Rebecca replied. I'm gathering information, following leads, looking for patterns. That's why I wanted to speak with you, to hear directly about what you and Jake experienced, without the filter of official reports. I spent the next 2 hours recounting everything in excruciating detail. The bunker, the symbols, the armed men, our escape, and later, Jake's growing obsession with understanding what we had encountered. Rebecca listened intently, occasionally asking clarifying questions, but mostly allowing me to tell the story at my own pace. When I finished, she thanked me and provided her contact information, encouraging me to reach out if I remembered additional details or had concerns about my safety. What exactly are you planning to do with this information? I asked as we prepared to leave. Write the most comprehensive and accurate article I can, she replied. Shine light on something that's been kept in darkness for too long. Isn't that dangerous, if these groups are as violent as you suggest? She smiled slightly, though her eyes remained serious. Journalism always involves some risk when the subject matter is significant. But I take precautions, and the public deserves to know what's happening in our public lands. As we parted ways, Rebecca made one final comment that would haunt me in the weeks to come. Your friend Jake was brave, foolish perhaps, but brave. He recognized something important, that silence in the face of evil is a form of complicity. I returned home unsettled, my carefully constructed sense of normalcy shaken by the conversation. For months I had managed to compartmentalize my experience in the Frank, to treat it as an isolated incident best forgotten. Rebecca's investigation suggested a much larger, more systemic issue, one that had claimed Jake and potentially many others. That night, I finally opened the archived email containing Jake's research. What I found was disturbing in its thoroughness. Maps marking suspected locations of hidden facilities, timelines of known disappearances in the region, photographs taken from public records of individuals believed to be involved in extremist activities, and detailed analyses of the symbols we had seen, tracing their origins through various apocalyptic ideologies. Jake had been building a case, methodical and comprehensive, and it had likely gotten him killed. I forwarded the entire file to Rebecca, along with a brief message. Jake would have wanted you to have this. Be careful. Her reply came hours later. Thank you. This helps confirm several connections I've been tracking. I promise to use it responsibly, and yes, I'm always careful. 2 weeks passed without further communication. I returned to my routine, though thoughts of Jake and the bunker intruded more frequently now, stirred by the conversation with Rebecca and my review of Jake's research. Then, on a Wednesday evening, I received a text from an unknown number. Need to meet urgently. Information about Jay, same place, tomorrow, 2 p.m. R. The message's brevity and urgency triggered immediate concern. Had Rebecca found something definitive about Jake's fate, or was she herself in danger now? I arrived at the coffee shop 30 minutes early, selecting a table with a clear view of both the entrance and the street outside. Rebecca arrived precisely at 2:00, looking considerably more harried than during our previous meeting. She carried no folder this time, just a small notebook that she kept clutched tightly. "Thank you for coming," she said, sitting down and immediately scanning the room. "I wasn't sure if you would." "You said you had information about Jake," I replied. "Of course I came." She nodded, her attention still divided between our conversation and the environment. "Before I share what I found, I need to be clear about something. After today, we shouldn't have further direct contact, for your safety and mine." A chill ran through me at her words. "What's happened?" "My investigation has attracted attention," she said quietly. "My laptop was stolen from my hotel room 3 days ago, though nothing else of value was taken, and I've noticed consistent surveillance, the same vehicles appearing wherever I go, people photographing me from a distance." "God," I breathed. "Have you gone to the police?" A humorless smile crossed her face. "With what evidence? A stolen laptop could be any random thief. And people taking pictures in public places isn't illegal. Besides, I'm not convinced all local law enforcement would be sympathetic to my concerns." She opened her notebook and pushed it across the table. Inside was a hand-drawn map with several locations marked. "I've confirmed at least 7 active compounds in the region," she explained, keeping her voice low. "Based on Jake's research and my own sources, they appear to be connected. Different cells of the same organization or allied groups with similar objectives." She pointed to a location circled in red. "This is where you and Jake encountered the bunker. And this," her finger moved to another mark about 20 miles away, "is where a hunter reported strange activity 2 months before Jake disappeared. And here," she indicated a third location, "is where search teams found an abandoned campsite they believe belonged to Jake, based on personal items recovered there." I studied the map, noting the proximity of the 3 locations. "You think they found him?" It wasn't a question, but Rebecca nodded anyway. "I think he got too close to something they couldn't allow to be exposed. My source inside federal law enforcement believes these groups are involved in weapons trafficking across the Canadian border. Military-grade hardware, not just hunting rifles." "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, suddenly aware of how dangerous this knowledge might be. "Because my article is going to press next week, and when it does, there could be backlash. I wanted you to be prepared, to take precautions." "What kind of precautions? Against what?" She reclaimed her notebook, closing it carefully. "Against the possibility that someone might connect you to Jake's research or my investigation. These groups are meticulous about eliminating perceived threats." The coffee shop suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable. I resisted the urge to look over my shoulder to check whether we were being observed even now. "I'm not a threat to anyone," I insisted. "I haven't done anything with what I know." "Rational people would understand that," Rebecca agreed. "But we're not dealing with rational actors here. These are extremists who see conspiracy and danger everywhere. In their worldview, anyone connected to exposure is a potential enemy." She stood, preparing to leave. "I've arranged for the full article to be sent to you when it publishes. After that, I suggest a period of heightened awareness. Change your routines, vary your schedule, be observant of your surroundings. Not forever, just until the attention shifts elsewhere." "This is insane," I said, feeling overwhelmed. "All because we went hiking in the wrong place at the wrong time." "Sometimes that's all it takes," Rebecca replied softly. "Being in the wrong place at the wrong time can change everything." As she turned to leave, I called after her. "Was it worth it? For Jake, I mean. Did his research, his sacrifice make a difference?" She paused, considering the question. "I believe it will. The article incorporates his findings, though I've protected his identity as much as possible. When it publishes, there will be investigations that can't be easily dismissed. For the first time, these groups will face real scrutiny. After she left, I remained at the table, my coffee growing cold as I considered the implications of our conversation. What had begun as a simple hiking trip had expanded into something unrecognizable, a dark web of extremism, trafficking, and violence operating in the shadows of America's wilderness. And somewhere within that web, Jake had been caught, silenced for knowing too much, for seeing what others had missed or ignored. The thought filled me with both grief and a growing sense of responsibility. If his work, his discovery, had indeed been meaningful, then perhaps there was value in ensuring it wasn't forgotten or suppressed. I left the coffee shop with a strange mixture of dread and resolve. Whatever came next, I would face it with open eyes, honoring Jake's memory by refusing to look away from uncomfortable truths, even when that gaze invited danger. The forest that had once been a place of sanctuary had been irreversibly transformed in my mind, but perhaps understanding its darkness was the only way to reclaim what it had taken from us. Not through denial or forgetting, but through confrontation with the truth, however terrifying that truth might be. In the end, that may have been Jake's most important legacy to me. Not our years of shared adventure, but this final lesson, that some journeys, once begun, cannot be abandoned, even when they lead into shadow. The gentle hum of civilization faded behind me as I drove deeper into the Navajo Nation territory. Late September in northern Arizona meant perfect hiking weather, cool mornings giving way to comfortable afternoons. I'd been planning this solo expedition for months, meticulously plotting my route through some of the most remote regions of the reservation. My research had taken me through countless forums and backpacking sites. Everyone emphasized obtaining proper permits and respecting the sacred lands, which I'd done. What they mentioned less frequently were the warnings. The ones spoken in hushed tones about staying away from certain areas after dark, about strange noises, about being watched. I dismissed most of it as superstition or typical campfire stories meant to frighten tourists. I'd been backpacking for 15 years across 3 continents. I knew the real dangers of the wilderness: exposure, dehydration, injury. Those were the things that killed you, not folk tales. The dirt road narrowed as I approached my destination, the rental SUV bouncing over rocks and ruts. The radio had lost reception an hour ago, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the occasional glimpse of red-tailed hawks circling overhead. The landscape was breathtaking, towering mesas and deep canyons carved by ancient rivers, juniper and piñon pines dotting the terrain beneath a relentlessly blue sky. I arrived at the trailhead just after noon. The small parking area was empty, confirming what the ranger had told me when I collected my permit. This was low season, and I'd likely have the backcountry to myself. Perfect. The weight of my pack felt reassuring as I adjusted the straps. 65 pounds of carefully selected gear, tent, sleeping bag rated for below freezing temperatures, water filtration system, first aid kit, emergency satellite phone, food for 7 days, though I only planned to be out for 5. Always prepare for the unexpected. The trail began gently enough, winding through scrubby desert flora before beginning its ascent toward higher elevations. I checked my topographical map against the GPS coordinates. My goal was to reach a small plateau by nightfall, about 8 miles in. The first few hours passed pleasantly. The solitude was a welcome change from my hectic job in the city. Out here, deadlines and meetings seemed like concepts from another world. I stopped occasionally to photograph interesting rock formations or desert wildflowers, careful to preserve the battery on my camera. Around the 4th mile, I noticed something odd, unusually large animal tracks crossing the trail. They resembled coyote prints, but were significantly larger, almost the size of a wolf's. I paused, studying them. Wolves had been reintroduced to parts of Arizona, but not in this region as far as I knew. Mountain lion, perhaps? The print seemed canine, though. A cloud passed over the sun, casting the canyon in momentary shadow. For the first time since starting my hike, I felt a slight unease. The tracks were fresh, the edges still crisp in the sandy soil. Whatever made them had passed through recently. I continued onward, more alert now. The trail grew steeper, requiring more of my attention. By late afternoon, the temperature began to drop as the sun dipped toward the horizon. I quickened my pace, wanting to make camp before darkness fell completely. The plateau appeared ahead just as planned, offering a flat area perfect for pitching my tent. A small overhang nearby would provide shelter if the weather turned. I dropped my pack with relief and began setting up camp with practiced efficiency. As I hammered the last tent stake into the hard ground, I heard it, a sound from the darkening forest edge. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream. Something in between that raised the hair on my arms. Coyotes, I told myself. Just coyotes calling to each other as night approached. But in 15 years of backcountry hiking, I'd never heard coyotes make that sound. I finished securing my camp and started my small cooking stove. As darkness enveloped the plateau, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. Every few minutes, I would turn quickly, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever might be watching from the tree line. But there was only darkness and the occasional rustle of wind through juniper branches. That night, I recorded my coordinates and observations in my journal, mentioning the strange tracks and the unusual call I'd heard. I tried to be objective, scientific. This was simply another wilderness experience. But when I finally zipped myself into my sleeping bag, I kept my hunting knife closer than usual. And though I was exhausted from the day's hike, I found it difficult to close my eyes. I awoke to stillness. The pre-dawn light filtered through my tent, casting everything in a bluish glow. Something had pulled me from sleep. Not a sound, but rather the absence of it. The morning birds were silent. Rolling onto my side, I checked my watch. 5:17 a.m. Normally, dawn would bring a chorus of songbirds, especially in this ecosystem. Their silence was unnerving. I unzipped my sleeping bag and reached for my boots, careful to shake them out first. A habit formed after finding a scorpion in one years ago during a trip in New Mexico. As I laced them, I noticed my breath fogging in the early morning chill. The temperature had dropped more than forecasted overnight. Outside the tent, the plateau was shrouded in thin ground fog that curled around the juniper trees and rocks. Beautiful, but adding to the eerie silence. I reached for my camera only to find the battery completely drained. Strange. I'd charged it fully before leaving and had taken maybe 20 photos yesterday. Moving to the edge of my campsite, I surveyed the surrounding area. The fog limited visibility, but something immediately caught my attention. A circle of disturbed earth around my entire campsite, as if something had paced a perimeter during the night. The tracks were the same as those I'd seen on the trail yesterday, only more numerous, overlapping in places. My skin prickled. Whatever had made those tracks had surrounded my tent while I slept. Studying them more closely, I noticed an odd characteristic. They approached from the north, circled my camp, but never crossed into the area where I'd hung my food bag from a tree limb. Methodically, I photographed the tracks using my phone camera, placing my boot beside them for scale. They measured roughly 5 inches long and 3 inches wide, far too large for a coyote and unusually shaped for a wolf. The pattern of movement suggested an intelligent predator, one that had been observing me. I decided to adjust my itinerary. Instead of pushing deeper into the backcountry as planned, I would stay at this camp for another night, set up trail cameras, and try to identify whatever animal was stalking the area. If it was a predator with unusual behavior, other hikers should be warned. After a quick breakfast, I gathered what I needed for a day hike: water, energy bars, first aid kit, map, compass, knife. I'd scout the immediate area, looking for more signs of the animal. About a half-mile from camp, I found what appeared to be a kill site: scattered feathers from a wild turkey and disturbed ground. But something was off. The feathers were arranged in an almost deliberate pattern, and there were no bones or blood visible. It resembled a hunter's display more than a natural predator's feeding ground. Further on, I discovered a small spring feeding into a clear pool, perfect for replenishing my water supply later. But at the edge of the pool, pushed into the mud, was something that stopped me cold: a small handmade doll fashioned from twigs and sinew. with feathers that matched those from the kill site. I stood absolutely still, listening. This was no animal sign. Someone else was in these woods. The realization hit me with physical force. I wasn't tracking an animal. I was being tracked by a person. Every wilderness instinct screamed danger. I photographed the doll without touching it, then backed away from the spring, scanning constantly for movement. My mind raced through possibilities. A hunter? But it wasn't hunting season. Another hiker playing an elaborate prank? Unlikely in this remote area. A local resident? The nearest dwelling was over 20 miles away according to my maps. As I made my way back to camp, moving as quietly as possible, I noticed other signs I'd missed earlier. Broken branches at consistent heights, small arrangements of stones that couldn't be natural. Trail markers of some kind, perhaps, all seemingly pointing toward my campsite. I reached the plateau by midday, half expecting to find my tent ransacked. But everything was as I'd left it, with one chilling difference. The perimeter of tracks had been refreshed. Something or someone had circled my camp again while I was away. The satellite phone showed no signal when I tried it. I would need to climb higher for reception. The mesa about 2 miles to the west should work. But something told me leaving my camp again would be dangerous. Whatever was out there seemed to be growing bolder, approaching whenever I was absent. I spent the afternoon reinforcing my campsite, gathering rocks to create a small wall around the tent, fashioning alarms from my cooking gear that would sound if disturbed. I collected extra firewood, building a larger-than-usual campfire. Fire, at least, was a universal deterrent to both animals and humans with ill intent. As sundown approached, I sat with my back against a large boulder, facing the densest part of the forest edge. The fire crackled reassuringly, pushing back the gathering darkness. I kept my hunting knife on my belt and had a heavy walking stick across my lap. Then, as the first stars appeared overhead, I heard it again. That sound that was neither howl nor scream, but this time it was answered by another from the opposite direction. There were at least 2 of them out there, and they were coordinating. Night descended fully, bringing with it a penetrating cold that seeped through my layers. The fire cast dancing shadows across the plateau, creating illusory movements at the periphery of my vision. Each time I turned to look, there was nothing there, just darkness beyond the firelight. I checked my watch, 10:42 p.m. The sounds had stopped over an hour ago, but the feeling of being observed had only intensified. I fed more wood into the fire, watching sparks spiral upward toward stars that seemed impossibly bright and distant. The crack of a branch breaking in the forest made me jolt upright. A definite sound, not imagined. I strained to peer into the darkness, gripping my walking stick tighter. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin in the vast silence. "I know someone's out there." No response came, but the forest seemed to grow even quieter, as if holding its breath. I stood, moving closer to the fire, its heat at my back. "I'm armed," I announced, which wasn't entirely a lie. My hunting knife and walking stick would provide some defense, at least. Something moved at the edge of the firelight, a shadow detaching itself from the greater darkness. I raised my walking stick defensively. The figure remained just beyond clear visibility, a silhouette that seemed to shift and change as I tried to focus on it. "What do you want?" I demanded, forcing authority into my voice. The figure remained motionless for what felt like minutes. Then, deliberately, it raised an arm and pointed directly at me. A cloud passed over the moon, plunging the plateau into deeper darkness. When it passed, the figure was gone. I spun in a complete circle, scanning the perimeter, but saw nothing. Whatever had been there had vanished without sound. Sleep was out of the question now. I maintained the fire through the night, jumping at every sound. The calls of night birds, the rustle of wind through juniper branches, the occasional distant cry that might have been an animal, or might have been something else entirely. By dawn, exhaustion had taken its toll. My eyes burned, and every muscle ached from maintained tension. But I had survived the night without further incident. As light gradually returned to the world, I surveyed my surroundings. The tracks were back, fresh ones, forming that same circular pattern around my camp. But these seemed different somehow, the gait longer as if whatever made them had been running. And there were marks in the sandy soil that looked disturbingly like human handprints, as if someone had been crawling. I needed to leave. Whatever game was being played, I wanted no further part in it. I began breaking camp efficiently, packing my gear with practiced speed. The original plan had been to spend 5 days in the backcountry, but one night had been enough. I would hike back to the trailhead today, no matter how long it took. As I dismantled my tent, something caught my eye. A small object hanging from a nearby tree branch that hadn't been there the night before. Drawing closer, I saw it was another twig doll, similar to the one I'd found at the spring. But this one had something dark smeared across its surface. The realization of what it was hit me with visceral force. Blood. Still tacky, not fully dried. I abandoned the half-folded tent and grabbed my already packed essentials: water, emergency supplies, phone, and knife. The rest I would leave behind. Weight would only slow me down, and speed now seemed vital. The trail back would take me through a narrow canyon for about 3 miles before opening to wider terrain. I set off at a fast pace, constantly checking over my shoulder. The morning was clear, the sun already warming the desert air, creating a deceptive sense of normalcy. About a mile from camp, I spotted something on the trail ahead. A small pile of stones arranged in a deliberate pattern. I gave it wide berth, cutting through the brush instead of following the trail at that point. My progress was slower but felt safer somehow. The canyon loomed ahead, its walls rising steeply on either side. I hesitated at its entrance. The confined space would offer little opportunity for evasion if I encountered trouble. But it was the most direct route back, and diverging would mean additional miles through rough terrain. I entered the canyon, moving as quietly as possible while maintaining a brisk pace. The walls narrowed as I progressed, in some places barely 10 feet apart. Shadows clung to the rock face despite the mid-morning sun. Every sound, my footsteps, my breathing, the occasional dislodged pebble, seemed magnified in the enclosed space. Halfway through, I heard it. A scraping sound from above. I pressed myself against the canyon wall, looking up. Against the strip of blue sky visible between the canyon walls, a figure moved, following my progress from above. The silhouette was unmistakably human in basic form, but something about its movement was wrong, too fluid, almost predatory. I abandoned all pretense of stealth and ran, stumbling over loose rocks, driven by pure instinct. Behind me came that sound again, not quite a howl, not quite a scream, echoing off the canyon walls until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. The canyon widened gradually, offering hope. The trailhead couldn't be more than 5 miles away now, if I could maintain this pace. A flash of movement to my right. Something was paralleling my course, moving through the sparse trees with impossible speed. I caught glimpses only, a dark shape, sometimes upright, sometimes on all fours. Whatever it wasn't alone. Another shadow moved on the left side of the trail. They were hurting me. The realization that I was being deliberately corralled sent a surge of adrenaline through my system. This wasn't random. Whatever or whoever these figures were, they were coordinating, using classic predator tactics. I'd seen wolves do this with elk, coyotes with deer. Never had I imagined being on the receiving end of such a strategy. I stopped abruptly, refusing to be herded further. The trail ahead bent sharply around a large boulder formation, a perfect ambush point. Instead of continuing forward, I veered left, scrambling up a steep scree slope toward higher ground. The loose rock slid beneath my boots, but I clawed my way upward, driven by desperate energy. From above, I could better assess my situation. The trail I'd abandoned continued through increasingly narrow terrain before opening to a small box canyon, exactly where they'd been driving me. A dead end. My change in direction had momentarily confused my pursuers. I caught sight of one figure emerging from behind a juniper thicket, clearly searching. Even from my elevated position, details were difficult to discern. The figure was human-shaped, but moved with an awkward, loping gait that reminded me of an injured animal. I had perhaps a minute before they spotted me. Checking my location against my mental map, I realized there was an alternative route back to the trailhead, a game trail that skirted a ridgeline about half a mile east. It would be challenging terrain, but navigable, and more importantly, unexpected. Moving as silently as possible across the ridge, I kept low, using the scattered piñon pines for cover. The sun beat down mercilessly now, and my water supply was running dangerously low. I'd left most of it with my abandoned gear, a decision I now regretted. Below, one of the figures let out that distinctive cry again, quickly answered by another from further away. They'd realized their quarry had escaped the planned route. The hunt would intensify now. I pushed on, ignoring the burning in my thighs and the raw spots forming on my heels. The game trail appeared ahead, faint but discernible, winding around the contour of the ridge before descending toward more level ground. According to my map, it would eventually intersect with an old Forest Service road that led back to the main trailhead. Moving onto the trail provided easier going, but less cover. I maintained a steady jog, conserving energy while putting distance between myself and my pursuers. Their calls had grown more distant, but I couldn't afford to assume I'd lost them. Around midday, the trail descended into a small valley dotted with ancient petroglyph-covered boulders. Under different circumstances, I would have stopped to examine these fascinating artifacts. Now, they only added to my unease. Many depicted what appeared to be elongated human figures with animal features, the ancient Navajo representations of skinwalkers. I paused briefly in the shadow of a large boulder, allowing myself a few precious sips of water. Checking my phone, I still had no service, and the battery was at 37%. The satellite phone remained in my abandoned pack, another critical error. I had maybe 6 hours of daylight left, and the trailhead was still roughly 8 miles away. Possible, but challenging. A scatter of pebbles from above was my only warning. I dove sideways, just as something landed where I'd been sitting. Rolling to my feet, I found myself face to face with one of my pursuers. The figure was human. A man of indeterminate age, dressed in tattered clothing that might once have been hiking gear similar to my own. His skin was deeply weathered, covered in what appeared to be mud or ash in intricate patterns. But it was his eyes that froze me in place, yellow-green with vertical pupils like a cat's. Contact lenses, I told myself frantically. Had to be. He tilted his head, studying me with unnerving intensity. When he opened his mouth, his teeth appeared filed to points. "You're on sacred ground," he said, his voice rougher than sandpaper. "You shouldn't have come here alone." I backed away slowly, keeping the knife visible. "I have a permit. I'm just passing through." His laugh was dry and hollow. Permits. Government papers mean nothing here. This land knows who belongs and who doesn't. Without warning, he dropped to all fours in a movement so fluid it barely registered before he was rushing toward me. I slashed with the knife, catching his forearm. He hissed, recoiling, dark blood welling from the wound. I turned and ran, no longer concerned with direction, only distance. Behind me, his cry rose, that same not-quite howl that had haunted me since the first night. It was answered by others, closer than expected. The trail disappeared beneath my feet as I crashed through underbrush, branches whipping against my face. My lungs burned, each breath a struggle in the thin air. I had no plan now beyond survival, beyond the next step, the next moment. A clearing appeared ahead, and beyond it, astonishingly, the glint of metal. A vehicle. Not mine, but someone's. Civilization. I burst from the tree line, hope surging. An old pickup truck sat beside what appeared to be a small cabin constructed of logs and corrugated metal. Smoke rose from a stone chimney. "Help!" I shouted, staggering toward the structure. "Please, someone!" The cabin door opened, revealing an elderly Navajo man. He took in my appearance, wild-eyed, scratched, exhausted, without surprise. "They've been following you," he stated, rather than asked, stepping aside. "Come inside, quickly." I didn't hesitate, practically falling through the doorway. He closed it firmly behind me, sliding a heavy wooden bar into place. "You've come from the north," he said, guiding me to a chair beside a small wood stove. "Through the old burial grounds." I nodded, still struggling to catch my breath. "There are people out there. They've been hunting me since yesterday." The old man's face remained impassive. not people, he said quietly. Not anymore. The cabin interior was spartanly furnished but meticulously organized. Dried herbs hung from the ceiling beams, filling the space with earthy aromas. The old man moved with surprising agility for his apparent age, placing a tin cup of water in my trembling hands. "Drink slowly," he advised, settling into a handmade wooden chair across from me. His face was deeply lined, dark eyes sharp with intelligence. "I am Benjamin. This has been my home for 37 years. I sipped the water gratefully, feeling it cool my parched throat. "Thank you. He raised a weathered hand, stopping me. "No names. Not yet. Names have power here." Outside, the strange howl scream sounded again, closer now. I stiffened, nearly spilling the water. "They know you're here," Benjamin said matter-of-factly, "but they won't approach. Not my home." "Who are they?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Benjamin was silent for a long moment, stoking the small fire in the wood stove. "You came through the northern canyon, past the ancient burial sites. These are sacred places. Restricted. Your permit wouldn't have allowed access there." I frowned. My map didn't show any restricted areas. I followed the marked trail. "Maps drawn by the government," he said with a dismissive gesture. "They don't show what matters." Another call sounded outside, answered by another. Benjamin nodded as if confirming something to himself. "There are 3 of them," he said. "Brothers. Once they were archaeologists studying Navajo artifacts. They came 10 years ago, ignored warnings, disturbed things that should have remained untouched, took things that weren't theirs to take." "Those men following me are archaeologists?" I asked incredulously. Benjamin's expression darkened. "They were. Now they are caught between worlds. Not fully human anymore, but not yet fully transformed. The change takes years." A chill ran through me despite the cabin's warmth. "Transformed into what?" "In our language we call them Yi Naldlushi, skinwalkers in English, those who can wear the skin of animals, but it's more complicated than your Hollywood movies show. The transformation begins in the mind, then slowly alters the body." I wanted to dismiss his words as superstition, but the image of the man with those unnatural eyes and filed teeth was too vivid. The way he had moved on all fours with impossible fluidity. "The dolls," I said suddenly. "I found twig dolls." Benjamin nodded. "Markers. Warnings to each other. They're territorial, except when they hunt together. The blood was their promise to each other, and to you." A heavy silence fell between us. Outside, daylight was beginning to fade. The thought of another night with those things prowling the darkness made my skin crawl. "My truck," Benjamin said, following my thoughts. "You're wondering if I can drive you back to the trailhead." I nodded hopefully. "Not tonight," he said firmly. "They're most active at dusk and dawn. We'll leave at midday tomorrow, when the sun is highest. They retreat to the caves then." The disappointment must have shown on my face because he added, "One more night won't matter. You disturbed their territory, but you haven't truly provoked them. Not yet." "What would provoke them?" I asked, almost afraid of the answer. "Taking what's theirs, disturbing their cache." He studied my face. "You found something out there, didn't you? Something you kept." I thought back to the small spring, the kill site with the arranged feathers. I had photographed the twig doll, but left it untouched. Then I remembered the turkey feather I'd absent-mindedly picked up and tucked into my shirt pocket, thinking it would make a nice memento. Slowly, I reached into my pocket and withdrew the feather. Benjamin's expression tightened. "That's why they followed you so persistently. It's part of their ritual collection." He took the feather carefully, wrapping it in a small square of red cloth. "This will need to be returned with proper respect." The howl screams had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed almost more threatening. Benjamin moved around the cabin, lighting oil lamps as darkness settled outside. He sprinkled some kind of powder across the threshold and windowsills, a protection, I assumed. "Will they attack the cabin?" I asked. Benjamin shook his head. "No, they know me. I've been here since before they changed. I leave them alone. They leave me alone. It's an understanding. He prepared a simple meal of beans, cornbread, and strong coffee, which we ate in relative silence. My mind was struggling to process everything I'd experienced, to reconcile the rational world I knew with what I'd witnessed in these woods. "You don't believe," Benjamin observed, not unkindly. "Not fully. You're looking for a logical explanation. Maybe these are just deranged men living in the wilderness, playing elaborate games with trespassers." I didn't deny it. It seems more plausible than shapeshifters. Benjamin nodded. "The world you come from doesn't have room for such things. But out here, away from your cities and technologies, the old realities persist. Not because people believe in them, but because they were always true." He stood, retrieving something from a small wooden chest. "Tomorrow, we'll return the feather. Tonight, you should wear this." He handed me a small leather pouch on a cord. "A protection bundle. It won't stop them, but it will mask your fear. Fear attracts them like blood attracts sharks." I slipped the cord around my neck, feeling foolish but unwilling to refuse his hospitality. Benjamin prepared a pallet for me near the wood stove while he took the room's only bed. As I lay down, exhaustion finally overtaking anxiety, Benjamin spoke once more from the darkness. "The most dangerous thing in these woods isn't what they've become," he said quietly. "It's what they represent. What happens when people refuse to respect boundaries, when they take what isn't theirs, when they believe themselves immune to consequences." Outside, something scraped against the cabin wall. Claws or fingers, I couldn't tell. I clutched the small leather pouch and closed my eyes, willing sleep to come. Dawn arrived with merciful normalcy. Birdsong, golden light filtering through the cabin's small windows, the smell of coffee brewing. For a moment, I could almost believe the previous days had been a nightmare, born of isolation and wilderness paranoia. Benjamin was already awake, moving quietly around the cabin. He'd laid out a simple breakfast of cornmeal porridge sweetened with honey. I ate gratefully, feeling strength return to my limbs. "Did they come close in the night?" I asked. Benjamin nodded. "They circled the cabin several times. Curious, not aggressive. They'll be in the caves now, resting until evening." I checked my phone. Still no service, and the battery was down to 22%. "Your truck," I began. "You said we could leave at midday?" "Yes," he confirmed. "But first, we must return what was taken." He indicated the wrapped feather. "There is a proper way to do this, a respectful way." Part of me wanted to dismiss the ritual as unnecessary superstition, to insist we simply drive to the trailhead immediately. But after what I'd seen, I wasn't eager to disregard Benjamin's guidance. "What do we need to do?" I asked. "We'll go to the boundary of their territory, place the feather with an offering, cornmeal and tobacco, speak words of respect and departure. Simple, but it matters." We set out around 10 o'clock, Benjamin carrying a small deerskin bag containing the wrapped feather and offerings. His truck remained parked beside the cabin. The ritual site was apparently within walking distance. The morning was clear and cool, the landscape peaceful under the autumn sun. We followed a narrow path through juniper and sage, Benjamin moving with the confidence of someone who knew every stone and tree of this land. "The boundary is just ahead," he said after about 30 minutes of hiking. "See the change in the vegetation?" I noticed it then, a subtle but distinct shift. The junipers grew more twisted, the undergrowth more tangled. Even the quality of light seemed different, as if filtered through some imperceptible barrier. Benjamin stopped at a flat stone that seemed deliberately placed. "This is far enough. They will sense our presence." He knelt before the stone, carefully unwrapping the feather and placing it atop the rock, along with small pinches of cornmeal and tobacco. He began speaking in Navajo, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. Though I couldn't understand the words, their cadence suggested both respect and firmness, an acknowledgement rather than a plea. After finishing the Navajo prayer, he switched to English, perhaps for my benefit. "What was taken is returned. No disrespect was intended. This visitor leaves your territory today and will not return. The boundary will be honored." He gestured for me to step forward. Place your hand on the stone and repeat. I return what is not mine. I respect the boundary. Feeling somewhat self-conscious but unwilling to object, I did as instructed, the stone warm beneath my palm. I return what is not mine. I respect the boundary. As the words left my lips, a profound silence descended, as if the forest itself was listening. Then from somewhere deep among the trees came a single howl scream. Acknowledgement or warning, I couldn't tell. Benjamin nodded with satisfaction. It is done. We can go now. We returned to the cabin by a slightly different route, Benjamin explaining it was important not to create a direct path to the boundary stone. Throughout our walk, I felt eyes upon us, but saw nothing when I turned to look. At the cabin, Benjamin retrieved a set of keys from a hook by the door. Time to go, he said simply. His truck was an aging Ford F-150, weathered but well-maintained. The engine started on the first try, rumbling reassuringly. We bumped down a rough access road I hadn't noticed during my panicked arrival the previous day. This connects to the Forest Service Road, Benjamin explained. From there, it's about 7 miles to your trailhead. We rode mostly in silence, the truck's open windows bringing the scent of pine and dust. I found myself repeatedly checking the side mirrors, half expecting to see figures loping along the roadside behind us. They won't follow, Benjamin said, noting my anxiety. The ritual was accepted, but they won't forget you, if you ever return to their territory. He left the implication hanging. I had no intention of ever coming back to this particular wilderness. Those men, I said finally, the archaeologists. Is there no way to help them? Benjamin's weathered hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. They made their choice years ago. They were warned about disturbing the burial sites, about taking artifacts. The elders told them what could happen. They laughed. He glanced at me. The transformation is slow, but irreversible once it begins. First, the mind changes. They become territorial, aggressive, forgetting their human connections. Then the body begins to adapt. They can still appear human when they choose, but it becomes increasingly difficult to maintain that form. And you've been watching this happen for 10 years without reporting it? A hint of a smile touched Benjamin's lips. Report it to whom? The sheriff? The Forest Service? 3 missing archaeologists have become skinwalkers, officer. How do you think that would be received? He had a point. Even with everything I'd witnessed, part of me still struggled to fully accept the reality of what was happening in these woods. The Forest Service road appeared ahead, its graded surface a welcome change from the rough track we'd been following. Benjamin increased speed slightly. Their disappearance was investigated, he continued. Search parties combed these woods for weeks. They found their abandoned camp, equipment left behind. The official report concluded they had become lost and succumbed to exposure. But you knew differently, he nodded. The elders knew, those who understand the old ways. We've maintained a careful distance, respecting their territory, occasionally leaving offerings at the boundary to prevent them from venturing too close to hiking trails or populated areas. The implications were staggering. Are there others, like them? Benjamin was silent for a long moment. The world is larger and stranger than most people allow themselves to know, he said finally. What happened to those men is rare, but not unique. There are places throughout these lands where the boundary between worlds grows thin, where transformation is possible for those who seek it, or those who inadvertently invite it. We turned onto a wider dirt road, and suddenly the trailhead parking area came into view. My rental SUV sat exactly where I'd left it days earlier, now coated with a fine layer of dust. The sight of it, this mundane connection to the normal world, brought an overwhelming wave of relief. Benjamin stopped his truck beside my vehicle. Your journey ends here, he said. What will you tell people about your experience? I considered the question. Who would believe the truth? Even with my photos of the tracks and the twig doll, the story would sound like the ramblings of someone who'd spent too much time alone in the wilderness. I'll say I had an uncomfortable encounter with some locals and decided to cut my trip short, I replied. Not a lie, just Simplified. Benjamin nodded approvingly. Stories like yours are dismissed every day. It's why they can continue to exist undisturbed. He reached into his shirt pocket and withdrew a small carved wooden figure, a stylized wolf. Take this. A reminder that boundaries exist for reasons beyond human understanding, and that respect is never wasted, even when directed toward things you don't fully comprehend. I accepted the carving, its surface smooth from handling. Thank you. For everything. One last thing, Benjamin said as I opened my car door. The photographs you took, the ones of their tracks, their markers, delete them. Why? Images have power, connections. You don't want to maintain any connection to them once you leave this place. Though skeptical, I took out my phone and showed him as I deleted the images. He seemed satisfied. We parted without further ceremony. As I drove away, I watched Benjamin's truck in my rearview mirror until it disappeared around a bend in the road. Only then did the full impact of my experience begin to register. The boundary between the world I knew and the world I'd glimpsed was more permeable than I'd ever imagined. What other ancient truths persisted in remote places, I wondered, hidden from modern eyes not because they were invisible but because we refused to truly see them? I placed the small wooden wolf on my dashboard, a reminder not just of danger narrowly avoided, but of humility learned. The wilderness had always deserved our respect, not just for its natural hazards, but for mysteries far older than our scientific understanding. As the reservation fell behind me and the first signs of civilization appeared, I found myself already reconstructing the experience in my mind, filing away the most inexplicable elements, reaching for rational explanations. It was almost instinctive, this need to reconcile the impossible with the familiar. But the small wooden wolf caught the sunlight, casting a shadow across my dashboard that seemed, just for a moment, to stretch and shift into something not quite lupine, not quite human. Some boundaries, once crossed, change you forever. I grew up with acres upon acres of woods behind my house in southeastern Pennsylvania, specifically Westbrook County. The landscape was a patchwork of farmland and forest, a place where suburban comfort gradually gave way to rural stillness. A local farmer owned most of the woodland, but nobody minded the neighborhood children exploring the area. Vast fields flanked both sides of the woods, and the farmer had once carved narrow trails through the trees to move cattle between pastures. Those woods were our kingdom. My brother, sister, and I claimed them as our playground, our refuge from the structured world of school and chores. We knew every fallen log, every fork in the path, every seasonal change that transformed our forest sanctuary. A shallow creek cut through the property, offering endless possibilities. Fishing in spring, swimming in summer, and what we called mucklucking in the muddier months, wading through silt to catch frogs and salamanders with our bare hands. We ventured there in all seasons, all weather conditions. Snow-covered branches in winter became our architectural challenges. Rain-soaked paths in autumn turned into natural obstacle courses. Sun-dappled clearings in summer served as our meeting spots. I even hiked those woods on moonlit nights as a child, finding the familiar terrain transformed into something more magical, but never threatening. The silver light filtering through leaves created patterns I could navigate blindfolded if needed. The wildlife was typical for the region: foxes trotting through underbrush, raccoons washing food in the creek, deer bounding away at our approach, and squirrels chattering warnings from above. Nothing dangerous lurked there, at least not back then. This was 2018, before coyotes had reclaimed the territory, before I understood that not all wilderness welcomes human visitors. I was 11 years old when everything changed. The incident that transformed my relationship with those woods happened on what began as an ordinary autumn day. Looking back now, I recognize the subtle warning signs we ignored, the way the forest seemed to hold its breath as we entered. But at 11, I hadn't yet learned to read those signals. Mia had been my best friend since third grade. She lived just 2 houses down, and we shared an adventurous spirit that often led us beyond the neighborhood boundaries. That Saturday in October 2018 dawned crisp and clear, perfect for exploration. We packed simple lunches, filled our water bottles, and set out before our parents could assign weekend chores. "Let's go all the way to Vine Hill today," I suggested, referring to our nickname for the elevated clearing, where massive grapevines had grown thick enough to support our weight. We'd fashioned crude swings there, testing their strength cautiously before trusting them completely. Mia agreed enthusiastically. "Race you to the creek crossing," she called, already sprinting ahead. We hiked for most of the morning, following the main trail before branching off onto less defined paths that wound upward through increasingly dense vegetation. Conversation flowed easily between us. School drama, family annoyances, dreams of future adventures beyond our small town. The sunlight streamed through the canopy, creating dappled patterns that shifted with each breath of wind. By midday, we'd reached Vine Hill. The clearing offered a panoramic view of the valley below, trees stretching in every direction like a rumpled green blanket. The massive vines hung from sturdy oak branches, their woody tendrils thicker than my wrist. We took turns swinging out over the sloping hillside, the momentary weightlessness bringing shrieks of delight. After eating our sandwiches and apples, we sprawled in the patchy grass, cloud-watching and plotting the rest of our day. The sky remained perfectly clear, an endless expanse of October blue that promised hours more daylight for exploration. "We should head back along the ridge trail," I said eventually, brushing crumbs from my jeans. "It's longer, but there's that weird rock formation I wanted to show you." Mia checked her watch, a birthday gift she rarely removed. "We've got time," she agreed. "Mom doesn't expect me until dinner." We gathered our belongings and started down the hill toward the woods. The moment we stepped beneath the tree line, something subtle shifted. The temperature dropped several degrees, not unusual in the shade. But this felt different, more immediate, as though we'd crossed an invisible threshold into cooler air. More noticeably, clouds began gathering overhead, their edges visible through gaps in the foliage. "Weather's changing," Mia observed, zipping up her jacket. I nodded, suddenly uneasy without understanding why. Forecast said clear all day. We continued down the trail, our earlier carefree mood gradually replaced by a focused silence. The forest had grown quieter too. No birds called. No squirrels rustled through the underbrush. Even the wind seemed to have stilled, leaving the woods in an unnatural hush that pressed against my eardrums. The path narrowed as we descended, forcing us to walk single file through thicker undergrowth. Fallen leaves carpeted the ground, creating a satisfying crunch with each step. I walked ahead, occasionally holding branches aside for Mia. The rhythmic sound of our footsteps, crunch, 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 became almost hypnotic, until I realized there was an echo. I stopped abruptly, causing Mia to bump into me from behind. "What's wrong?" she whispered, immediately matching my tension. "Listen," I said, remaining perfectly still. We both held our breath. For 5 seconds, nothing. Then, a soft shuffling of leaves about 20 yards behind us, slightly uphill from where we stood. "Something's following us," I said, keeping my voice low. Mia shook her head. "Probably just a deer. They're everywhere this time of year." To demonstrate my point, I deliberately took 2 loud steps forward, dragging my feet through the leaves. We waited, and seconds later heard an unmistakable mirroring of the sound, something dragging through the forest floor, matching my movement precisely. "See? I'm not copying you," Mia said, taking her own step forward. After her movement, we both heard it again, leaves shifting behind us up the hill. We turned simultaneously, scanning the woods for the source. The forest seemed to darken as we watched, clouds now completely obscuring the sun. What had been merely cool air now felt genuinely cold. My breath formed small clouds in front of my face. "Do you see anything?" Mia whispered. I squinted, trying to make sense of the patterns of light and shadow between the trees. Something moved, or seemed to move, roughly 30 feet away. It wasn't the distinct outline of a deer or fox, but something larger and less defined. Then came the sound that transformed our unease into genuine fear, a deep, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground beneath our feet. It wasn't the quick, nervous growl of a fox or the warning bark of a deer. This was something primal, something that didn't belong in these familiar woods. Mia's hand shot out, gripping my arm with surprising strength. Her nails dug into my skin through my jacket sleeve. "What was that?" Her voice had risen an octave. "Don't run," I managed to say, remembering warnings about predators and prey responses. "Back away slowly." We began retreating down the path, eyes fixed on the spot where we'd detected movement. The leaves there shifted again, parting as though something substantial was moving through them, but we couldn't see any animal, any form that made sense. Just disturbance without visible cause. With every backward step we took, the unseen entity seemed to advance, maintaining the same distance between us. The growl came again, louder this time, a sound that seemed to reverberate inside my chest cavity. It was a sound that didn't belong in these woods, didn't belong anywhere in this region. "Do you see it?" I hissed, desperately trying to make sense of what was happening. "I see the leaves moving," Mia responded, her voice trembling. "But there's nothing there. It's just empty space." She was right. Whatever force pushed through the forest debris left no visible outline, no shape we could identify. Just evidence of passage, branches swaying, leaves parting, undergrowth compressing, as though something substantial but invisible was stalking us. The rational part of my brain tried to understand. A trick of light, a deceptive wind pattern, perhaps an animal with coloration that blended perfectly with the forest background. But none of these explanations accounted for the growl, which came a third time, closer, deeper, vibrating through the ground beneath our feet. All pretense of calm evaporated. "Run!" I shouted, yanking Mia's arm as I spun around. We bolted down the trail, abandoning all caution. Behind us, the sound of pursuit was immediate, a heavy crashing through undergrowth, much faster than our earlier stalker had moved. Whatever had been pacing us was now chasing us and gaining ground rapidly. Terror propelled us forward with reckless speed. Branches whipped our faces as we abandoned the trail for a more direct route toward home. My lungs burned and my legs pumped mechanically. I couldn't risk looking back, couldn't spare the fraction of a second it might cost. Mia ran just behind me, her breathing ragged and punctuated by small, involuntary sounds of fear. The woods I'd known my entire life suddenly seemed alien and malevolent, full of hidden pitfalls and grasping branches that tore at our clothes and skin. The sounds of pursuit continued, crashing vegetation, the occasional low growl, the sense of something massive displacing air behind us. The distance between us and our pursuer seemed to fluctuate. Sometimes it sounded yards away. Other moments it seemed almost at our heels. "I can't," Mia gasped, stumbling on a protruding root. I grabbed her hand, pulling her forward. "Don't stop." We burst through a particularly dense section of underbrush and faced a steep embankment leading down to the creek. Under normal circumstances, we would have found another crossing point, but fear eliminated caution. I half slid, half fell down the slope, dragging Mia with me. Cold water soaked through my sneakers as we splashed across the shallow stream, scrambling up the opposite bank on all fours. The sounds of pursuit stopped at the creek's edge. Through the trees, I could make out the disturbance in the vegetation on the far bank, leaves and branches moving as though buffeted by a localized wind. But nothing visible crossed the water. "It stopped," Mia panted, doubled over with her hands on her knees. "Keep moving," I insisted, tugging her sleeve. "We're still too far from home." We maintained a jog for the next quarter mile, constantly glancing over our shoulders. The woods had fallen silent again, unnaturally so. No birds, no insects, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Just our labored breathing and footsteps on the forest floor. When we finally spotted the edge of the tree line where the woods met my backyard, relief flooded through me. Sunlight still bathed the open yard, contrasting sharply with the gloom beneath the canopy. Just 50 more yards to safety. Mia stumbled again as we approached the forest boundary. her foot catching in a tangle of exposed roots. She went down hard, crying out in pain and surprise. I turned back, grabbing her arm and hauling her upright with strength I didn't know I possessed. "Go, go, go," I urged, practically dragging her the final distance. We burst from the tree line into the sunshine of the open yard, not stopping until we reached the back porch. Only then did we turn to look at the woods we'd fled. The trees stood silent and still, no sign of movement or disturbance, no evidence of the terror that had pursued us. "What was that?" Mia whispered, her face pale beneath smears of dirt and scratches. I shook my head, unable to form words around the fear still constricting my throat. We stood watching for several minutes, but nothing emerged from the tree line. Eventually, we retreated inside my house, locking the door behind us. For weeks afterward, neither Mia nor I ventured more than a few feet into the woods. Something fundamental had changed in our relationship with that once familiar place. We told our parents we'd been frightened by a large animal, possibly a feral dog, an explanation that satisfied the adults, but fell woefully short of capturing what we'd experienced. When we did approach the forest edge, that sensation of being watched would immediately descend, raising goosebumps on our arms, even on warm days. We'd feel eyes on us from the shadows between trees, though we never saw anything concrete. I might have eventually convinced myself it had been nothing more than overactive imagination. Two children scaring themselves with shadow play and forest sounds, if not for what happened to my brother the following month. Blake was 16 and considerably less impressionable than I was. He spent most weekends riding his quad through the more remote sections of the woods, often with his friend Jason. Their excursions frequently took them deeper into the forest than I'd ever ventured, along old logging roads and game trails that extended for miles beyond our property. One Sunday in late November, they set out in the early afternoon with fishing gear strapped to their vehicles. Their destination was a deep pool beneath a small waterfall, about 3 miles from our house in the opposite direction from where Mia and I had experienced our terrifying encounter. Blake returned alone just before dusk, his face ashen and his quad splattered with mud from reckless driving. Jason arrived separately 20 minutes later, equally shaken. They'd abandoned all their fishing gear, worth hundreds of dollars, beside the creek. My parents were furious until they realized something was genuinely wrong. Blake wasn't typically prone to dramatics, yet he refused to explain what had happened until Jason had gone home. Later that night, I overheard him talking with our father in the kitchen. "It wasn't an animal, Dad. Not like anything I've ever seen around here." Blake's voice carried the same tremor I recognized from my own experience. "We were just setting up our gear when the weather changed. Got dark and cold super fast, like someone flipped a switch." "November weather can turn quickly," our father said reasonably. "This wasn't normal," Blake insisted. 1 minute perfect clear skies. Next minute freezing cold and dark. Then we heard something coming down the trail from the north side. I moved closer to the doorway, careful to remain out of sight. "At first we thought it was someone on horseback," Blake continued. "The sound was rhythmic, heavy. I called out, thinking it might be Mr. Winters checking his property line." "And," my father prompted when Blake fell silent, "the sound that came back wasn't human, Dad. It wasn't anything that belongs in those woods. This deep growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once." I felt a chill of recognition. Blake hadn't known about my experience. I hadn't told anyone in the family, afraid they'd dismiss it as childish imagination. "Jason saw it first," Blake said, his voice dropping so low I had to strain to hear. Or rather, he saw the disturbance, like heat waves above hot pavement, but moving between the trees, pushing branches aside, coming right toward us. "Blake, son, there has to be a logical—" "We left everything and ran for the quads," Blake interrupted. "I've never seen Jason so scared. He's on the wrestling team, for God's sake. We fired up the engines and took off, and the whole time I swear something was right behind us, keeping pace even at 30 miles per hour through dense woods. It stopped following only when we crossed Mill Creek Bridge." There was a long silence before our father spoke again. "Look, I'm not saying I don't believe you experienced something frightening, But there's always an explanation that doesn't involve... He trailed off. Doesn't involve what, Dad? I'm not saying it was a ghost or monster. I'm saying there's something in those woods that I can't explain, and it scared the hell out of me. And I'm not going back there alone. In the weeks that followed, I began researching local history, looking for anything that might explain what both my brother and I had encountered. The county library yielded old newspapers on microfiche, local history books, and collections of regional folklore. I learned that before European settlers arrived, the Lenape people had considered portions of the region sacred, or perhaps forbidden. Early colonial records mentioned areas where the indigenous guides refused to hunt or establish trails. One journal entry from a settler in 1753 described an incident where their hunting party became separated in dense woods. The lost member was found 2 days later, feverish and incoherent, claiming he'd been stalked by something that moved through the forest without disturbing branches, yet left heavy footprints in soft ground. More recent history proved equally unsettling. In 1967, a university research team conducting a wildlife survey reported equipment failures and inexplicable data readings in specific sections of the forest, the same general area where both encounters had occurred. Their report mentioned anomalous electromagnetic disturbances and unexplained thermal signatures before the study was abruptly discontinued. Most disturbing were the occasional reports of hikers and campers who had experienced similar phenomena over decades. Sudden weather changes, the sensation of being followed, unexplained sounds, and the recurring description of displacement without visible cause. Some described it as looking at nothing, but knowing something substantial is there. None of these accounts offered explanations, only confirmation that whatever lurked in those woods had been there long before my family moved to the property and would likely remain long after we departed. Winter arrived with heavy snow that transformed the forest into a monochromatic landscape of white and gray. The thick blanket seemed to pacify the woods, rendering them serene and less threatening. By January, the memory of our encounters had faded enough that Blake occasionally ventured out on his quad again, though never to the waterfall pool and never alone. I maintained my distance until March, when the first hints of spring began to emerge. Cabin fever and natural curiosity gradually overcame lingering fear. One Saturday morning, I stood at the edge of the tree line, watching as melting snow dripped from branches and early wildflowers pushed through the forest floor. Mia had moved away in December, her father's job transfer taking their family to Colorado. Without my exploration partner, I felt oddly untethered, missing our adventures despite the terror of our last outing. Perhaps that loneliness contributed to my decision to re-enter the woods alone. I chose a bright morning, telling my mother I'd remain within shouting distance of the house. The forest felt welcoming again, birds calling, squirrels chattering, sunlight streaming through branches just beginning to bud. I followed our most familiar path, the one leading to the creek crossing. Everything remained normal until I reached the water's edge. There, something shifted in the atmosphere, not dramatically as before, but subtly. The bird sounds diminished. The air grew still. That familiar sensation of being observed returned, raising the fine hairs on my arms. Across the creek, partially obscured by a stand of young trees, I noticed something unusual. At first, I thought it might be a deer standing motionless, watching me. But as I focused, I realized I wasn't seeing an animal at all, but rather an absence, a deer-sized distortion in the visual field, like looking through uneven glass. The water between us seemed to serve as a boundary. Whatever waited on the far bank made no move to cross, no sound to threaten. We simply observed each other across the dividing line of the creek. Minutes passed in this silent standoff before I slowly, deliberately turned and walked back toward home. No pursuit followed. No growl echoed through the trees, just the prickling awareness of being watched until I cleared the woodland boundary. 7 years have passed since those encounters in 2018. I've returned to the woods countless times since then, having developed a complex relationship with the forest, and whatever inhabits its deeper regions. What began as terror gradually transformed into cautious respect, an acknowledgement of boundaries and territories. I never again experienced anything as frightening as that first encounter with Mia. But occasionally, when venturing beyond certain invisible thresholds, I'll notice the telltale signs: sudden temperature drops, unnatural silence, that unmistakable sensation of being monitored by something just beyond normal perception. Blake eventually told me about subsequent encounters during his quad excursions, moments when he'd round a bend and find the path ahead distorted by that same visual anomaly, forcing him to find alternate routes. We compared notes, mapped locations, and gradually identified patterns. The entity, or entities, seemed to concentrate in 3 distinct areas of the forest, with the creek serving as a consistent boundary. Our family still owns the property. I'm in college now, studying ecology with a focus on conservation biology. My experiences have shaped my academic interests, driving me to understand the complex relationships between environments and their inhabitants, seen and unseen. When I return home during breaks, I still walk those familiar paths. I've developed rituals of my own, small gestures of acknowledgement when crossing certain thresholds, careful attention to subtle warnings in the forest atmosphere. I never venture into the woods after sudden weather changes. I never cross the creek during the darker half of the year. The rational part of my mind has constructed various explanations over the years. Unusual atmospheric conditions creating mirages, undocumented predators with exceptional camouflage abilities, even the possibility of hallucinations triggered by environmental factors like fungal spores or natural gas emissions. But beneath these scientific hypotheses lies a deeper understanding. Some places contain mysteries that resist categorization. The woods behind my childhood home harbor something ancient and aware, something that established its territory long before human settlement and merely tolerates our presence under certain conditions. I no longer fear it as I once did. Instead, I've learned to coexist with the knowledge that not everything in our world fits neatly into biological classifications or scientific explanations. The forest has taught me humility and boundary respect, lessons that extend far beyond those acres of trees into every aspect of my life. Sometimes, standing at that creek crossing on bright summer days, I sense acknowledgement from the other side, not friendship, not acceptance, but recognition. 2 different forms of awareness sharing overlapping territory, establishing wary protocols for coexistence, and perhaps that's enough. Perhaps that's all we can ask from the ancient unknowable things that were here long before us and will remain long after we're gone. My name is Daniel Whitfield, and this happened in 2013 when I was living off the grid in a small cabin near Glacier Bay in Alaska. The nearest semblance of civilization lay several miles beyond the coast, meaning my only neighbors were brown bears and scattered spruce trees that creaked against the wind. I'd chosen this isolation deliberately, craving escape from the ceaseless noise of city life, the crushing pressure of daily obligations, and the steady drizzle of bad news that seemed to pour from every screen. I remember that March morning with unsettling clarity. The pale light barely penetrated the frost-covered windows as I stoked the wood stove, listening to the snap and pop of the kindling. Outside, a heavy fog had settled over the landscape, turning familiar landmarks into vague, ghostly silhouettes. I'd spent most of the winter alone, chopping wood, trapping rabbits, and storing dried salmon for sustenance. Solitude had become my companion, though I talked to myself more than I'd like to admit. My technological connections to the outside world were sparse but precious. A small solar panel rig that generated just enough power for an LED lamp and a tiny hand-crank radio. Some evenings, I'd fiddle with the dials, straining to pick up broadcasts from Juneau, or even static that resembled human voices. Most nights brought nothing but the hollow whisper of empty airwaves, a sound that eventually became as familiar as my own heartbeat. The isolation had settled into my bones by then. I developed habits and rituals to mark the passing of days. Morning coffee brewed over the fire. Afternoons spent checking trap lines or repairing equipment. Evenings reading weathered paperbacks by oil lamplight. My cabin wasn't much. A single room patched together from old timbers, a makeshift outhouse behind a massive spruce stump, and a half-collapsed shed where I hung fish to dry. The space smelled of wood smoke, pine resin, and the metallic tang of cold that never quite left, even with the stove burning. That morning, I'd woken before dawn from a dream I couldn't recall, but that left me uneasy. Something about footprints in snow, about being followed. I dismissed it as the natural anxiety of a man who had gone too long without human contact. After breakfast, a piece of hardtack and some bitter coffee, I decided to check my trap lines and gather more firewood. The day was still unnaturally quiet even for this remote region. No birds called, no wind stirred the branches. The silence pressed against my eardrums like a physical force. As I trudged through ankle-deep snow, my breath forming clouds in the frigid air, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed in my sanctuary. It was mid-afternoon when I found them, footprints in the fresh snow where none should have been. They crossed behind my cabin, heading east toward the dense thicket of alders that separated my clearing from the rugged slope that led down to the bay. They weren't mine. I knew my own tracks. And they weren't made by animals either. These were unmistakably human. Large, heavy boot prints pressed deep into the powder. I followed them for nearly a quarter mile before they disappeared into a tangle of brush and deadfall. My pulse quickened as I scanned the tree line, suddenly aware of how exposed I was against the white backdrop of snow. Nobody should have been out there, not without announcing themselves. Among those who chose this lifestyle, there existed an unspoken code. If you were passing through someone else's territory, you announced yourself in a friendly way. You didn't skulk around leaving mysterious tracks. I returned to my cabin, locked the door, something I rarely bothered with before, and spent the evening by the stove, jumping at every crack and groan of the timber walls. I told myself it was probably just a lost hiker, maybe someone exploring from one of the small settlements along the coast. But as darkness fell and the temperature dropped, I found myself checking the locks twice, then 3 times, before climbing into my sleeping bag. That night, the silence that had once offered comfort turned oppressive. I lay awake, straining to hear anything beyond the faint hiss of snow against the window panes. The darkness seemed to pulse with potential threat. For the first time since arriving at the cabin, I slept with my hunting knife under my pillow, its worn handle pressing reassuringly against my palm. I'd come to Alaska seeking quiet. Now I had it, stretching in every direction like an endless void. But something had changed. The quiet wasn't empty anymore. It felt occupied, watchful, as if the silence itself had eyes. Morning couldn't come fast enough, but when it did, bringing with it a pale, watery light, I wasn't sure if I felt relieved or more unsettled, because in that half-light, looking out my frosted window, I could swear I saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees, just for a moment before it melted back into the shadows of the forest. A few days passed without incident, though my nerves remained on edge. I tried to laugh off my anxieties, attributing them to the isolation playing tricks on my mind. Hadn't I chosen this life precisely to escape the paranoia and tension of civilization? Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something had fundamentally shifted in my environment. While splitting logs one afternoon, axe swinging in rhythmic arcs that sent wood chips flying, I noticed something near the water's edge, a battered blue tarp partially buried in the snow. The sight stopped me mid-swing. I was meticulously organized with my supplies. Nothing was ever left out, especially not near the water where spring floods could claim it. I approached cautiously, half expecting to find signs of a hasty campsite. The tarp had been dragged through mud and snow, one corner torn as if caught on something sharp. When I lifted it, the fabric was stiff with frost and something else, dark stains that looked unsettlingly like dried blood. My stomach tightened as I turned it over in my hands. searching for an explanation that wouldn't feed my growing unease. "Probably just whale blood," I said aloud, my voice sounding thin in the cold air. "Some fishermen using this as a processing tarp." But the explanation rang hollow, especially since I hadn't seen any boats pass by in weeks. I tossed the tarp aside and tried to focus on my work, but my hands trembled slightly as I gripped the axe handle. That night, I wedged a chair under my doorknob before retiring to my sleeping bag, eyes fixed on the ceiling beams as wind scraped against the roof like desperate fingernails. The next morning dawned gray and threatening, heavy clouds hanging low over the bay. I forced myself through my usual routine, kindling the fire, melting snow for water, checking my food stores. Normalcy felt like a thin veneer over something increasingly abnormal. I caught myself whispering, "Hello?" into empty corners, half expecting a response. Near midday, I ventured out to collect more firewood. The air held the metallic tang that promised snow, and I wanted to be prepared for another potential storm. As I made my way toward a promising stand of deadfall birch, something caught my eye, a splash of unnatural color against the white and gray landscape. Half buried near a willow tree lay a woman's hiking boot. Not old and weathered, but relatively new. The leather still supple despite the dampness, the laces intact. I crouched beside it, my breath forming clouds that dissipated in the still air. Who would leave a perfectly good boot behind? I picked it up, turning it in my hands. Inside, a small smear of something dark stained the insole. I sniffed cautiously and recoiled at the metallic sour smell. My fingers came away tacky with what I now recognized unmistakably as blood. Not animal blood, not the kind I was accustomed to from dressing game, but human blood. "Someone got hurt," I said aloud, the words hanging in the air like an accusation. I dropped the boot and stepped back, wiping my hand frantically against my pants. My gaze darted to the surrounding forest, suddenly alien and threatening. The trees seemed to lean inward, witnesses to something I couldn't comprehend. I stood frozen, staring at the distant mountains, their peaks disappearing into low-hanging clouds. Should I leave? Pack what I could and make the dangerous journey back to civilization? But I had no vehicle waiting. My only escape route was my small boat, and with the sea still winter rough, the 2-day journey would be perilous at best, fatal at worst. I forced myself to breathe deeply, to think rationally. Perhaps there was an innocent explanation. A hiker with a minor injury who had changed into dry footwear and accidentally left the boot behind. But even as I formed the thought, I knew it didn't fit. No one hiked these woods alone in late winter without serious preparation, and no one abandoned usable gear, especially not when injured. I left the boot where I'd found it, but its image stayed with me as I gathered wood with mechanical movements, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The silence of the forest seemed to have acquired weight and intent. Each crack of a branch made me flinch. Each shadow movement sent my heart racing. Back at the cabin, I double-checked the locks and positioned myself by the window, rifle across my knees as darkness fell. The short day gave way to a long, tense night. I dozed fitfully, waking at imagined sounds, a footstep on the porch, a whisper at the window, the subtle click of the door latch testing. Dawn brought no relief, only the certainty that something was terribly wrong in my isolated sanctuary. As I forced down a breakfast I couldn't taste, I made a decision. I would scout the perimeter of my territory carefully. If I found nothing more alarming, I would stay, keeping vigilant. If I found further evidence of trouble, I would risk the journey to the nearest settlement regardless of conditions. I armed myself with my rifle and hunting knife, checked that my compass was secure in my pocket, and stepped out into the gray morning. The air felt different somehow, heavier, charged with anticipation. The forest waited, patient and knowing. I had barely covered 100 yards when I saw it. A dark shape behind a cluster of alder trees, unnaturally still against the shifting backdrop of branches. My throat constricted as I approached, rifle raised, steps deliberate and silent. What I found would change everything. The body lay face down in a shallow depression, where snow had melted away to reveal last autumn's dead leaves. A young man, perhaps 30, wearing a green down jacket now sodden and dirty from the elements. His arms were twisted unnaturally beneath him, his legs splayed as if he'd fallen from a height. Even from several feet away, I could see he wasn't breathing. For a long moment I stood frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. The forest around me continued its indifferent silence. No birds called, no animals rustled in the underbrush. Just the soft whisper of my own ragged breathing and the pounding of blood in my ears. "Hello?" I called stupidly, as if the man might answer. My voice sounded alien in the stillness. When no response came, of course none came, I approached cautiously, rifle still ready, though I knew the threat here wasn't from the body. I crouched beside him, noting details with a strange, detached clarity. Unshaven face, dark hair matted with dirt and frozen blood. No gloves on his stiff, pale hands. He wore hiking boots similar to mine, though newer, and cargo pants with multiple pockets, equipment for wilderness survival. With trembling hands, I rolled him over just enough to see what had killed him. A deep wound gaped in his chest, the fabric around it stiff with dried blood. Not a gunshot. The entry was too jagged, more like a stabbing, or perhaps impalement on something sharp. His face, partially revealed, was frozen in a grimace of surprise and pain. I let him settle back and stood up quickly, fighting a wave of nausea. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold as the implications crashed over me. This wasn't an accident. Someone had killed this man, someone who might still be nearby. And that someone wasn't me. The realization shattered whatever remained of my sense of security. I was no longer alone in my isolation. Or rather, I was alone with a killer. My gaze swept the surrounding forest, suddenly seeing potential hiding places in every shadow, behind every tree trunk. I needed to think clearly, to make decisions that would keep me alive. First, I couldn't leave the body here, not so far from the cabin where I might lose track of it. I needed to keep it in sight, as macabre as that seemed. Not just for any evidence it might provide, but because whoever had done this might return. With grim determination, I grabbed the dead man's ankles and began the gruesome task of dragging him toward my cabin. His body moved stiffly over the rough ground, catching on exposed roots and stones. I'm not proud of treating human remains this way, but fear makes pragmatists of us all. I positioned him near enough to my cabin that I could keep watch, but far enough away that, well, the practical considerations of a dead body and freezing temperatures were something I didn't want to contemplate too closely. I covered him with the tarp I'd found earlier, weighing down the corners with stones. Back inside, I barricaded the door with my small table and positioned myself by the window with my rifle. Questions tumbled through my mind. Who was this man? Had he been alone or with others? Was his killer still in the area? And if so, why? Was I the next target, or just an unfortunate witness? The day crawled by with excruciating slowness. I allowed myself to move away from the window only for the most urgent necessities, keeping my rifle always within reach. As the light began to fade, transforming the forest into a maze of deepening shadows, my nerves stretched to breaking point. Just as dusk settled fully over the landscape, I heard it. A muffled cough somewhere outside. The sound froze me mid-breath. It was unmistakably human, undeniably close. I gripped my rifle tighter, fingers slick with sweat despite the cold, and moved to the window with practiced silence. At first I saw nothing but the familiar outlines of trees and the dim shape of the tarp-covered body. Then, movement. A tall figure darted between trees at the edge of the clearing, moving with deliberate stealth. I caught only a glimpse. The outline of someone in a thick coat, topped with what appeared to be a strange, lopsided hat or cap. My heart pounded so violently I feared it might be audible outside the cabin. I steadied my breathing, forcing myself to focus, to track the movement as the figure slipped behind a large spruce tree about 30 yards from my door. "I know you're out there," I called, my voice cracking slightly. The declaration felt ridiculous the moment it left my lips. But the silence that followed was worse. A heavy, expectant void that seemed to press against the walls of the cabin. No response came. The figure remained hidden, but I felt its presence as surely as if it stood before me. Watchful, patient, calculating. I kept my rifle trained on the tree where I'd last seen movement, arms beginning to ache from the strain of maintaining position. Minutes stretched like hours. The remaining daylight drained from the sky, leaving only the faint illumination of stars and a thin crescent moon. I dared not light my lamp, unwilling to make myself a clearer target. In the darkness, every shadow seemed to shift and breathe with malevolent intent. As full night descended, I heard them, footsteps circling the cabin. Light, careful steps crunching softly in the snow, moving from window to window as if testing for weaknesses. I stood by the door, rifle ready, mouth dry with fear, whispering curses and prayers in equal measure. The doorknob rattled. I nearly fired from pure, startled reflex. "Open up." The voice was male, steady and almost calm, as if he were a neighbor stopping by for coffee, rather than a potential killer testing my defenses in the wilderness. I remained silent, finger hovering near the trigger. The door rattled again, harder this time. Something scraped against the wood. A knife blade, perhaps, testing the strength of the barrier between us. "Go away!" I shouted, my voice surprisingly strong despite my terror. A pause followed, then a sound I hadn't expected, a chuckle, a strange half-laugh that raised the hair on my neck. The casual amusement in that sound was somehow more terrifying than rage or threats would have been. I tightened my grip on the rifle, prepared to fire through the door if necessary. But after a moment, I heard footsteps retreating, fading into the trees. The night stretched endlessly before me. I didn't sleep, couldn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin's timbers, every whisper of wind became the return of my visitor. By the time the first gray light of dawn filtered through the windows, I had made my decision. I couldn't stay. Whatever was happening here, whatever had happened to the dead man outside, I wanted no part of it. I would take my chances with the sea. First light brought a steely determination born of a sleepless night. I moved quietly, gathering essentials: dried fish, a canteen of water, spare clothes, my hunting knife, and of course my rifle. I checked the bolt action meticulously, loaded it fully, and tucked extra ammunition into my pocket. Whatever awaited me outside, I would not face it unprepared. I listened at the door for long minutes, hearing nothing but the soft sigh of wind through the trees. The forest appeared innocent in the pale morning light, revealing no hint of the previous night's terror, but I knew better now. The wilderness I had sought for its peaceful solitude had become a hunting ground, and I was no longer the hunter. Taking a deep breath, I unbarricaded the door and slipped outside, staying low and close to the cabin wall. The dead man still lay under the tarp, undisturbed. The air held the sharp bite of coming snow, and fog clung to the lower reaches of the forest, creating pockets of ghostly whiteness between the trees. My plan was simple: make my way down to the bay where my boat was secured, launch it, and follow the coastline south to the nearest settlement. It would be a grueling journey in cold, rough waters, but I saw no alternative. Staying meant certain confrontation with whoever had killed the man in the green jacket, and possibly others. I moved away from the cabin toward the small path that led down to the shore, every sense hyper-alert. 20 yards from safety, I saw him. He was crouched behind a fallen log, partially concealed by morning mist, but unmistakably watching my cabin door. He hadn't seen me yet. For a moment, I had the advantage of surprise, and in that moment, I took in every detail of the man who had stalked me through the night. He was tall, perhaps 6 feet or more, with a gaunt frame draped in a black wool coat patched at the elbows. Heavy boots covered his feet, and a dark beanie was pulled low over a weathered face framed by a beard streaked with gray. His hollow cheeks and sunken eyes gave him the appearance of someone who had gone too long without proper food or rest. But what drew my gaze most was the object in his hands, a long knife with a blade that caught the morning light, its edge visibly worn from frequent use. Our eyes met simultaneously. I registered the moment awareness dawned on his face, followed by something like pleasure, the satisfaction of a predator sighting prey. My heart kicked violently against my ribs. I raised my rifle and shouted something. I can't recall the exact words, only that they emerged as a hoarse, desperate command. He responded by slowly rising to his feet, his movements unnervingly deliberate. Then, bizarrely, he smiled, a polite, almost cordial expression that matched the calm voice from the previous night. The incongruity of that smile froze me for a crucial second. Then he rushed forward with shocking speed. I pulled the trigger. Click. The misfire sent a wave of cold horror through me. I frantically tried to cycle the bolt, to chamber another round, but he was on me before I could complete the action. He struck the rifle with his arm, sending it sideways, then slammed into me with his full weight. I stumbled backward, tripped over an exposed root, and landed hard on my back, the impact forcing the air from my lungs. Above me, his figure blocked out the pale sky, knife raised. I kicked upward desperately, screaming, "Get away from me!" He answered with a grunt, grabbing my jacket with his free hand, dragging me toward him. His breath hit my face, the sour stench of rotten food and unwashed teeth. I struck out blindly, my fist connecting with his jaw, sending pain shooting through my knuckles. The blow barely seemed to register with him. His grip remained iron. He swung the knife in a tight arc. I twisted sideways, feeling the blade slice through my left sleeve and into the flesh beneath. Pain flared hot and immediate. He swung again, and I rolled, feeling the blade tear fabric but miss flesh by millimeters. This was no choreographed fight from a film. It was ugly, desperate, and chaotic. Two men rolling in frozen dirt and dead leaves, panting and clawing like animals. His weight pinned me temporarily, the knife inching toward my throat. I could see flecks of something dark under his fingernails, in the creases of his knuckles. Blood. Someone else's blood. With a surge of adrenaline, I brought my knee up hard into his ribs. His breath left him in a wheezing gasp, his grip loosening just enough. I tore myself free, scraping my palms raw on frozen gravel as I scrambled away. As I regained my footing, he lunged forward again, knife extended. I leapt backward, and in that moment, Providence intervened. He slipped on wet leaves, momentarily off balance. I seized my chance. Grasping my fallen rifle by the barrel, I swung it like a club. The stock connected with his shoulder with a sickening thud. He yelled, the first clear expression of pain I'd heard from him, and the knife fell from his grip. I swung again, aiming higher this time, and caught the side of his face. He collapsed onto his back, dazed but not unconscious. Blood began flowing from a gash near his temple, soaking into his matted beard. The knife lay several feet away, and I lunged for it, but he kicked out, sending it skittering across frozen ground. We circled each other like wolves, both wounded, both deadly. Blood soaked my left sleeve, the cut beneath burning with each movement. He was breathing heavily, one hand pressed to his injured shoulder, the other formed into a claw-like, defensive position. I could see the calculation in his eyes, weighing his chances, measuring the distance to his weapon. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded, my voice raw. He didn't answer with words. Instead, his expression shifted into something beyond comprehension, a look that communicated he needed no reason, that violence was its own justification. In that moment, I understood I faced something I couldn't rationalize or negotiate with. I feinted toward the knife. He took the bait, rushing to intercept me. His shoulder collided with my midsection, driving me backward. We crashed to the ground together, the rifle spinning from my grasp. His elbow smashed into my shoulder, sending fresh pain radiating down my arm. Instinct took over. My hand found a rock, cold and solid against my palm. I swung it upward with all my remaining strength, connecting with the side of his neck. He gasped, a wet, choking sound, and his weight shifted. I pushed him off, rolling sideways, then scrambled toward the dropped knife. My fingers closed around the handle just as he rose to his knees. Our eyes locked. I saw no fear in his, only a cold fury and perhaps surprise that his hunt had taken this turn. He began to rise. I didn't give him the chance to complete the movement. I rushed forward, Knife extended, striking blindly. Tears of pain and fear blurring my vision. The blade met resistance, then sank inward. He made a startled sound, more surprise than pain, as I felt the warm wetness of blood on my hand. He staggered backward a step, looking down at the wound in his chest with something like curiosity. I struck again, the motion automatic, desperate. This time he went limp, falling face first onto the mossy ground with a finality that left no doubt. I stood over him, panting, trembling, the bloody knife still clutched in my hand. The forest had fallen silent again, no birds, no wind, just the rasp of my own labored breathing. I'd killed a man. The knowledge sat heavy and cold in my stomach. After a moment, I knelt beside him, pressing shaking fingers to his neck to check for a pulse I knew wouldn't be there. Nothing. He was gone. Self-defense, I told myself. He had killed that other poor soul first. I only did what I had to do. But the justification rang hollow in the face of such violent death. I looked around at the empty forest, aware that there was no one to help or judge me. I was utterly alone with what I had done. The pain in my arm reasserted itself, sharp and insistent. Blood had soaked through my sleeve, and when I examined the wound, I found a clean, deep slice that would need attention. I tore a strip from my shirt and bound it tightly, wincing as pressure aggravated the injury. I couldn't stay here. Not with two bodies. Not with the possibility of others involved in whatever terrible business had brought these men to my isolated corner of wilderness. I needed to reach civilization, to find authorities who could make sense of what had happened. With grim determination, I gathered what supplies I could salvage and began the long trek toward the shore where my boat waited. Each step was careful, my eyes constantly scanning the forest for any sign of further threat. The knife, still stained with blood I couldn't bring myself to wipe away, remained clutched in my right hand, a grotesque talisman against further danger. As I walked, the wilderness I had once found so peaceful now seemed charged with malevolent awareness, as if the trees themselves were witnesses to violence they would neither forget nor forgive. The journey to the shore felt interminable. Every shadow contained potential threat. Every sound signaled possible pursuit. The wound in my arm throbbed with each heartbeat, a steady reminder of how narrowly I had escaped death. Blood had seeped through my makeshift bandage, leaving a dark stain that spread slowly across the fabric. When I finally reached the rocky stretch of coastline where my small boat was secured, the sight of open water brought unexpected emotion. Not relief, but a profound sense of vulnerability. The sea stretched gray and forbidding before me, white-capped waves signaling rough conditions ahead. The journey would be perilous, but staying meant certain death, whether from exposure, infection, or the possibility that my attacker hadn't been working alone. My boat, a modest 16-foot craft with an outboard motor I'd painstakingly maintained through the winter, seemed impossibly fragile against the vastness of the Alaskan waters. Still, it represented my only chance. I worked methodically despite my injury, checking the fuel levels, securing my meager supplies, untying the mooring ropes with fingers stiff from cold and shock. As I prepared to push off from shore, I turned for one last look at the forest where I'd sought peace and found violence instead. The trees stood silent and indifferent, revealing nothing of the horrors they concealed. Somewhere beyond that green-black wall lay two dead men. One a victim I'd never known, the other a killer I'd been forced to become. The guilt of taking a life, even in self-defense, settled over me like a physical weight. I had come to Alaska to escape the moral complexities of civilization. Yet here in the wilderness, I had confronted the most primal ethical dilemma of all: kill or be killed. The simplicity of that choice offered no comfort. With a final effort, I pushed the boat into deeper water, started the motor, and guided the craft away from shore. The cold spray stung my face as I navigated through the choppy waters, heading south toward the distant promise of human contact. The journey would take at least a day and a night if conditions held, longer if the weather worsened. I had enough food and water to survive, but the exposure and my injury were concerning variables. Hours passed in a haze of pain and vigilance. I steered mechanically, my thoughts circling around the events of the past days. Who was the man in the green jacket? Why had he been killed? Had my attacker been responsible for other deaths in these remote areas? The questions offered no answers, only deeper uncertainty. As dusk approached, the sea grew more hostile. Waves slapped against the hull with increasing force, sending shudders through the small craft. The sky darkened ominously, not just with the approaching night, but with storm clouds gathering on the horizon. I faced a difficult decision: continue in increasingly dangerous conditions, or attempt to find shelter along the coast until morning. Safety won over speed. I guided the boat toward a small sheltered cove I remembered from previous explorations. The beach was narrow and rocky, but the surrounding cliffs offered protection from the wind. As I secured the boat and gathered what I needed for the night, exhaustion crashed over me like another wave. I found minimal shelter in a shallow depression beneath an overhanging rock. It wasn't ideal, but it would keep the worst of the elements at bay. Using driftwood and the emergency matches from my pack, I managed to start a small fire, a risk perhaps, but hypothermia posed a more immediate threat than discovery. In the flickering firelight, I properly examined my arm. The cut was deep but clean, the edges already beginning to close. I cleaned it as best I could with seawater, wincing at the sting, then rebandaged it with a cleaner strip of cloth. Infection remained a concern, but for now the bleeding had slowed to a manageable seep. I huddled near the fire, eating a small portion of dried fish without tasting it. The events of the morning played in continuous loop behind my eyes. The look on the man's face as my knife found its mark. The strange absence of fear in his expression, even as life left him. I couldn't reconcile the violence with my understanding of myself. I had killed someone. That fact altered my identity in ways I was only beginning to comprehend. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by pain, cold, and nightmare fragments, where I alternated between hunter and hunted. Dawn found me stiff and fevered, the wound in my arm hot to the touch. I forced myself to move, to continue the journey while I still had the strength. The storm had passed in the night, leaving a deceptively calm sea that belied the turbulence of my thoughts. I pushed off from the shore, motor sputtering briefly before catching, and set course once more for civilization. By mid-afternoon, I spotted the first signs of human habitation, a small fishing village nestled in a protected harbor, smoke rising from chimneys, boats bobbing at simple wooden docks. The sight brought tears to my eyes. I had survived. I had escaped. But I had not emerged unchanged. The next days passed in a blur of official statements, medical treatment, and questioning. I told my story repeatedly to state troopers, FBI agents, and local authorities. They identified the man in the green jacket as a graduate student from Anchorage who had been reported missing 3 weeks earlier. My attacker remained unidentified at first. No ID, no matching fingerprints in their databases. Later, I learned they had connected him to at least 3 other deaths in remote areas of Alaska and the Yukon over the previous 2 years. Hikers, researchers, isolated homesteaders, all found with similar stab wounds, all in areas where a man matching his description had been reported. They never discovered a motive. Some investigators speculated about mental illness, others about some twisted hunting game. The truth died with him in that forest clearing. They ruled my actions self-defense. No charges were filed. I was free to go, to rebuild my life, to try to forget. But freedom from legal consequence didn't bring freedom from memory. I never returned to my cabin. I couldn't face the silence of those woods again, knowing what it concealed. Instead, I moved to a small coastal town, took a job on a fishing boat, surrounded myself with the constant noise and movement of human activity. I built new routines, made casual acquaintances, constructed a life that resembled normalcy. But some nights, when the wind picks up and branches scrape against my window, I find myself reaching for a weapon that isn't there. Some mornings, I wake convinced I've heard footsteps circling my house. The wilderness taught me something I can't unlearn. That the line between safety and danger, between being the hunter and the hunted, is perilously thin. I don't know if anyone ever found those bodies after I left. The authorities mounted an expedition based on my directions, but spring thaws had begun, altering landscapes, erasing evidence. Nature reclaims its own quickly in those remote regions. Perhaps the forest has already grown over the site of my desperate struggle, covering bloodstains with new moss, filling boot prints with fresh soil. What haunts me isn't fear that he might still be out there. I know with certainty he isn't. What haunts me is how easily I stepped into violence when survival demanded it, how natural the knife felt in my hand when driven by primal fear. We venture into wilderness seeking connection with something essential and pure, something we believe civilization has diluted in us. Sometimes we find it, and sometimes that discovery is terrifying. I still feel uneasy in complete silence. I keep a radio playing softly most nights, filling the dark hours with human voices. I've never again lived alone. The experience changed me in fundamental ways, made me more cautious, more aware of the fragility of safety, more conscious of how quickly the veneer of civilization can peel away when circumstances demand. I came to Alaska seeking solitude, seeking the silence beyond modern noise. I found it. But in that profound quiet, I discovered something else. That silence itself can become a presence, watchful and knowing. That emptiness can fill with threat. That the greatest dangers sometimes come not from the wilderness itself, but from what it reveals in us and in others when all distractions fall away. Even now, years later, I sometimes dream of those days in the cabin, of waking to footprints in fresh snow, of the weight of the knife in my hand. I wake from these dreams with the certainty that something follows me still. Not the man I killed, but the knowledge of what I became in that moment of desperation. The understanding that within each of us waits the capacity for terrible violence when survival demands it. This is the lesson of true isolation, the wisdom of the wilderness. That we are never as far from our primal nature as we believe, that the line between human and animal blurs when pushed to extremes. It is a knowledge I carry with me always, a silence that never truly ends. My name is John Erskine, and this happened to me back in 2012 in the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. I'd been living in a small cabin a few miles off the old service road, trying to make a quiet life without power lines or neighbors. I liked it that way. I had a small hand-built shelter with a wood stove and a cot, a rain barrel, and enough canned goods to get by for months if I had to. The forest stretched in all directions, thick with oak and beech trees, their leaves filtering the sunlight, so it always felt like late afternoon under the canopy. Back then, the sound of nothing, that gentle hush of wind and distant bird calls, soothed my nerves. I felt at home. People often ask why I chose to live that way. The truth is complicated. 3 years before, I'd walked away from a career in architectural engineering after a building collapse killed 2 workers. The investigation cleared me of wrongdoing, but I couldn't shake the guilt. The sound of their names being read at the memorial service still echoed in my head on quiet nights. So I retreated, inch by inch, from civilization. First to a small apartment in Pittsburgh, then to a rental cottage in rural Butler County, and finally to this cabin I purchased for cash from an old hunter who could no longer make the trek into the woods. The transaction was simple: $10,000, a handshake, and a crude, hand-drawn map marking the property lines. The cabin itself was primitive but sturdy, 18 by 24 feet, with rough-hewn logs chinked with a mixture of clay and moss. The roof was simple cedar shakes I'd repaired myself during that first spring. Inside, I had the basics: the wood stove that served for both heating and cooking, a small table with 2 chairs, though I never had visitors, shelves lined with canned goods and supplies, and my cot with wool blankets that smelled of cedar and smoke. I rarely saw anyone else. On a good week, I might spot a single vehicle rumbling far off on a dirt road, or glimpse a pair of hikers passing by a few ridges over. That year had been especially quiet. The only real human contact came when I hiked out twice a month for supplies at a gas station off Route 66, where the clerk sometimes called me Mountain Man and asked if I was crazy to live that way. The clerk, an older man named Roy with tobacco-stained fingers and cracked leather skin, once told me, "Wood's got eyes, you know, always watching. Man ain't meant to be alone out there." I laughed it off, but sometimes in the dead of night, when the wind died down completely and the forest fell unnaturally silent, I wondered if he was right. My days followed a simple rhythm. I woke with the sun, cooked a small breakfast of oatmeal or whatever I had on hand, and spent the morning on maintenance tasks. Afternoons were for gathering firewood, hunting, checking my crude traps for rabbits, or tending to the small garden I'd started behind the cabin, where the sun broke through the canopy for a few precious hours. Evenings were for reading dog-eared paperbacks by oil lamp light, writing in my journal, or just sitting outside watching the stars emerge between the treetops. One evening, early October, I remember the sun dipping low and the air cooling fast. The leaves were starting to turn, painting the forest in fierce oranges and deep reds. I'd been cutting deadwood for the stove and stacking it behind the cabin. I kept my tools neat, an old axe with a hickory handle smoothed by years of use, a worn handsaw that needed sharpening, and a hatchet for kindling. After a few hours, my arms ached nicely, and I felt good about my work. I sat out front on a stump I'd fashioned into a seat, chewing on some jerky, watching a few crows hop around the clearing. The forest had felt different that day, quieter than usual. No distant woodpeckers, fewer squirrels chattering in the branches. Even the wind seemed reluctant to stir the leaves. I didn't think much of it then. Weather changes, animals migrating, nothing unusual for autumn. As the light faded, I noticed movement near the creek that trickled about 100 yards downhill from my cabin. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. At first, I assumed it was a deer carcass. Hunters sometimes failed to track their kill properly, and it wouldn't be the first time I'd found the remains of someone else's hunt. But I didn't see antlers, didn't see the shape move. Something felt wrong. The air seemed to thicken around me as I stared at that dark shape near the creek bed. I set down my jerky and stood, stretching my stiff back. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was something that needed investigating before dark. Either way, I needed to know. I grabbed my leather gloves and a walking stick I'd carved from ash wood, more out of habit than any sense of danger. The sun had nearly disappeared behind the western ridge, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the leaf-strewn ground. "Should check it out," I muttered to myself, breaking the silence that had settled around me. My voice sounded strange in my ears, too loud and yet somehow muffled by the dense forest air. I started down the gentle slope toward the creek, not knowing that in the next few hours, everything about my quiet life would change forever. The forest floor crunched beneath my boots as I made my way downhill. Fallen leaves in amber and russet formed a crackling carpet that made stealth impossible. I followed a faint game trail worn by deer coming to drink at the creek, winding between old growth trees with trunks wider than my outstretched arms. As I got closer, I could make out more details of the strange object. It wasn't a deer after all. It was something bright, unnaturally bright for the forest. A splash of vivid color against the earthy palette of autumn. A backpack, bright red with black straps lying in the brush at an odd angle, as if it had been thrown or dropped in haste. I paused, scanning the area. Hikers weren't uncommon in the national forest, but they rarely ventured this far from the marked trails. And they certainly didn't abandon expensive gear without good reason. "Hello?" I called out, my voice swallowed by the dense trees. No response came except for the startled flutter of wings as a bird took flight somewhere above me. I approached cautiously, looking for signs of whoever had left the pack behind. The ground around it showed scuff marks and broken twigs, signs of a struggle or someone moving erratically. I crouched beside the backpack, noting how the main compartment had been torn open, its contents scattered. A few protein bars with the wrappers still intact, a high-end flashlight that still worked when I pressed the button, a single hiking boot with the laces undone, and a trail map from some local outfitter. I picked up the map, unfolding it with care. A route had been marked in red pen, starting from the Millstone Creek trailhead about 5 miles east and venturing deep into the forest, right through the area where my cabin stood. Someone had written day 2 inches near my section of the woods. An uneasy feeling settled in my stomach, cold and heavy. Something was wrong here. People don't just abandon their gear in the wilderness without reason. I folded the map and stood, intending to gather the scattered items. That's when I noticed the drag marks in the soft earth near the creek bank, a long, irregular furrow leading away from the backpack and deeper into the undergrowth. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to turn around, walk back to my cabin, and pretend I'd seen nothing. The forest had always been my sanctuary, not a place of dread, but curiosity pushed me forward, one reluctant step after another, following those drag marks through a thicket of mountain laurel. The brush opened to a small clearing, and that's where I found him. A man lying face down, his jacket pushed up around his shoulders, exposing a thin strip of pale skin above his jeans. The back of his head was matted with something dark and sticky that caught the fading light with a sickening gleam. His left arm bent under him at an impossible angle, and he didn't move at all. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The man looked to be around 30, with short brown hair and an Apache-style beard. He wore expensive hiking gear, the kind serious outdoorsmen invest in, not casual weekend warriors. "Hey," I called weakly, though I already knew he wouldn't answer. The stillness around him had the unmistakable quality of death. No rise and fall of breathing, no subtle shifts of a body at rest. I approached slowly, as if he might suddenly sit up. The smell hit me when I got closer. Metallic and organic, the unmistakable scent of fresh blood mixed with something else, something worse. I knelt beside him, touching his neck with 2 fingers, searching for a pulse I knew I wouldn't find. His skin felt cool but not cold, meaning he hadn't been dead long. Hours, not days. The back of his skull had been crushed by something heavy, caved in like an eggshell. Dried blood formed a dark halo in the dirt beneath his head. This wasn't an accident. No fall could cause damage this severe. This was murder. I rocked back on my heels, my mind racing. I needed to report this. The nearest ranger station was 15 miles away, the closest phone even further. By the time I got help and returned, it would be well past midnight. A twig snapped somewhere uphill. The sound cut through my thoughts like a knife. I turned sharply, scanning the forest behind me. The day had faded to dusk, shadows deepening between the trees. Then I saw them. 2 figures picking their way through the brush about 40 yards away. One wore a stained yellow jacket, loose and torn at the elbows, with pale, bony arms protruding. He moved with an unsettling grace, like a predator accustomed to stalking prey. At his side hung a long hunting knife with a black handle, the blade catching what little light remained. His face looked narrow and sharp, with a crooked nose and a beard trimmed into a rough goatee. The other man was heavier set, with broad shoulders straining against a sweat-soaked gray t-shirt despite the cool evening air. He cradled something in his right hand, a metal pipe or tool that gleamed dully. His face was partially obscured by a dark baseball cap pulled low, but I could see a thick jaw covered in stubble. They weren't hikers. They weren't forest rangers. They were moving with purpose, scanning the ground, following a trail, my trail. And based on the dead man at my feet, I had a terrible suspicion about who they were and what they'd done. Our eyes met across the distance. For a moment, nobody moved. The thin man narrowed his eyes and slowly shook his head, a subtle warning that sent ice through my veins. Run. That single word pulsed through my mind, overriding all other thoughts. I turned and fled uphill, abandoning any pretense of careful movement. Branches whipped my face as I crashed through the undergrowth, my boots slipping on damp leaves. Behind me, I heard them give chase. their movements just as frantic and much less cautious. "Get him!" a rough voice shouted, followed by the sound of snapping branches and heavy footfalls. I knew these woods better than they did. That was my only advantage. I veered off the path I'd taken down, cutting across a steeper section where fallen trees created natural barriers. My lungs burned as I pushed uphill, propelled by raw fear. My cabin was about 200 yards away, just over the next rise. I could make it if I kept moving, if I didn't fall. The growing darkness worked both for and against me. Harder for them to spot me, but easier for me to miss my footing. A rock turned under my boot, and I stumbled, barely catching myself on a tree trunk. The rough bark scraped my palms as I pushed off again, hearing my pursuers gaining ground. The heavier man was cursing steadily, his breathing labored but determined. I crested the small ridge and saw my cabin ahead, a dark silhouette against the deepening blue of the evening sky. Never had that simple structure looked so much like salvation. I sprinted across the clearing, making for the tool shed where I'd left my axe after splitting wood. The shed door squeaked as I yanked it open, fumbling in the darkness for the familiar wooden handle. My fingers closed around it just as the two men emerged from the trees at the edge of my property. I backed away from the shed, axe gripped tightly in both hands, and moved behind the cabin where shadows would hide me. My heart hammered so hard I was certain they could hear it. I pressed my back against the rough logs and tried to control my breathing, listening for their approach. For a long minute, silence stretched across the clearing. Had they lost track of me? Had they given up? I dared to hope. But then I heard the crunch of boots on dry leaves, coming steadily closer. "I know you're here," the thin man called, his voice deceptively calm. "We just want to talk." The absurdity of his words might have made me laugh if I wasn't terrified. They hadn't chased me through the forest to talk. They'd killed one man already. I was a witness. The math wasn't complicated. I gripped the axe tighter, my palms slick with sweat. I had to move. Staying put would only corner me. I edged along the cabin wall, trying to keep my footsteps silent, working my way toward the front where I might have a chance to make a break for deeper woods. A twig snapped under my boot, the sound impossibly loud in the stillness. "There!" the heavier man shouted, and heavy footsteps pounded toward my position. I abandoned stealth and ran, but I'd waited too long. The thin man appeared around the corner of the cabin, his knife already raised. Our eyes met, and I saw nothing human there, just cold calculation and the promise of violence. He lunged. I swung the axe in a wild arc. The night had just begun. The axe whistled through the air, missing the thin man by inches as he danced backward with surprising agility. His eyes widened slightly. Perhaps he hadn't expected me to fight back, before narrowing with renewed determination. "You're making this harder than it needs to be," he said, his voice unnervingly gentle, like someone speaking to a frightened animal. I didn't respond. Words seemed pointless now. I adjusted my grip on the axe and kept my eyes on his knife, a serious hunting blade, at least 8 inches long with a serrated section near the handle, the kind designed for gutting and skinning. We circled each other in the growing darkness, the space between the cabin and the tree line becoming our arena. I was acutely aware of every sound, his soft footfalls, my own ragged breathing, and the absence of the heavier man's movements. Where was he? The answer came with brutal clarity as a shadow detached itself from the side of the cabin. The heavier man had circled around while his partner kept me distracted. He swung the metal pipe in a vicious arc toward my head. I jerked backward, but not fast enough. The pipe glanced off my left shoulder, sending a bolt of white-hot pain down my arm. I staggered, nearly dropping the axe, my vision blurring momentarily. The thin man seized the opportunity, darting forward with his knife. I twisted away, feeling the blade slice through my jacket sleeve and into the flesh of my forearm. Warm blood immediately soaked the fabric, but adrenaline dulled the pain to a distant throb. I swung the axe one-handed, forcing them both to retreat briefly. My injured arm hung awkwardly at my side, blood dripping from my fingertips onto the fallen leaves below. "You've got spirit," the thin man said, almost admiringly. "Most would have collapsed by now." "What do you want?" I finally asked, my voice hoarse. "I don't have anything worth taking." The heavier man chuckled, a sound like stones grinding together. "It ain't about taking. It's about leaving no trace." They began to separate, moving to flank me on either side. I backed up until I felt the cabin wall behind me, eliminating one avenue of attack but trapping myself in the process. My options were dwindling rapidly. The cabin door was about 15 feet to my right. If I could reach it, get inside, perhaps I could barricade myself and find another weapon. The shotgun stored in the loft suddenly seemed like my only hope. I feinted left, then pivoted right and sprinted for the door. The thin man anticipated my move and lunged to intercept me, but I brought the axe down in a desperate swing that forced him to dive aside. The heavier man was slower to react, giving me the seconds I needed to reach the door. I practically threw myself inside, slamming the door shut behind me and fumbling with the simple wooden latch. It wouldn't hold them for long. The door was sturdy enough for keeping out curious animals, not determined killers. But it might buy me precious time. Inside, the cabin was dark and still. I moved by memory and touch, making my way to the small table and dragging it across the plank floor to wedge against the door. My wounded arm protested every movement, hot streams of blood making my grip slippery. "We know you saw us," the thin man called from outside, his voice muffled by the logs between us. "We know you saw him too. Can't let you go telling tales." I ignored his words, focused entirely on survival. I grabbed a clean dish towel from beside my wash basin and hastily wrapped it around my forearm, cinching it tight with my teeth and good hand. The white fabric immediately bloomed red, but the pressure slowed the bleeding. Next, I needed a better weapon. The kitchen knife was pathetically inadequate, barely 6 inches long with a cheap, dull blade I used for opening cans and cutting vegetables. But it was better than nothing. I snatched it from its place on the shelf, then looked around the dark cabin for anything else that might serve. The shotgun. My grandfather's old Remington pump action stored in the loft for years, practically forgotten. Did I even have shells for it? I couldn't remember the last time I'd fired it or checked its condition. Outside, I heard the men conferring in low voices, then footsteps circling the cabin, testing windows, looking for weaknesses. I used the moment to climb the rickety ladder to the loft, moving as quietly as possible on the creaking wood. The loft was cramped and dusty, hardly more than a storage space under the peaked roof. I felt around in the darkness, hands skimming over cardboard boxes and cloth bundles. Finally, my fingers touched cold metal. The shotgun, wrapped in an old oilcloth. I pulled it free, heart pounding with desperate hope. The weapon felt heavier than I remembered, the blued steel catching what little moonlight filtered through the small loft window. I broke it open, peering down the barrel. Clean enough, no obvious obstructions. But without shells, it was just an awkward club. Where would I have put ammunition? Think, John. Think. A small tin box came to mind, the one where I kept odd valuables and emergency supplies. I scrabbled through the loft items until I found it, prying open the rusty lid with trembling fingers. Inside, nestled among old photos and important papers, lay a small cardboard box of shotgun shells, half full. I nearly wept at the sight. With fumbling haste, I loaded 2 shells into the gun, the satisfying click of each round sliding home the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. A loud thud from below jolted me to attention. They were testing the door, pushing against my makeshift barricade. The table legs scraped against the floor as the door opened an inch before catching on the obstruction. "He's barricaded it," the heavier man growled. "Want me to break a window?" "No," the thin man replied. "Too much noise. We'll get through the door." I eased back down the ladder, shotgun cradled in my good arm, and positioned myself across from the entrance. The limited space of the cabin left few tactical options. I had one advantage. In the darkness, I knew every inch of this place by heart. The door shuddered as something heavy slammed against it. The table leg skidded another inch across the floor. Another impact, and the wooden latch splintered audibly. "We're coming in," the thin man announced, as if he were a dinner guest politely giving warning. Put down whatever you've got, and we'll make it quick." The calm in his voice chilled me more than any shouting could have. These weren't hot-headed attackers acting on impulse. They were methodical, practiced. The dead hiker hadn't been their first victim, and they didn't intend for me to be their last witness. I raised the shotgun, bracing it against my injured shoulder despite the pain. My finger rested lightly on the trigger as another blow struck the door, wood cracking along the frame. "Last chance," I called out, my voice steadier than I felt. "Walk away now." Their response was another powerful hit that sent the table skidding backward. The door flew open several inches, enough for the thin man to wedge his knife through the gap, working to push the table further aside. I aimed at the opening and waited, forcing myself to breathe slowly. The next few seconds would determine everything. The door burst inward with a crash as both men put their weight against it, sending the table tumbling over. They rushed in together, the thin man leading with his knife extended, the heavier one right behind with the pipe raised high. Time seemed to slow. I saw every detail with preternatural clarity, the gleam of moonlight on the knife blade, the dark stains on the pipe that I now recognized as dried blood, the wild determination in their eyes. I squeezed the trigger. The shotgun's roar filled the small cabin, deafening in the enclosed space. The thin man took the blast directly in the chest, the force lifting him off his feet and throwing him backward into his partner. Both men crashed into the doorframe in a tangle of limbs. For a moment, nobody moved. Then the thin man slid to the floor, knife clattering from lifeless fingers, a dark stain spreading across his yellow jacket. His eyes stared upward, seeing nothing. The heavier man struggled to extricate himself, stunned by the sudden violence but apparently unharmed. He looked at his fallen companion, then at me, his face transforming with rage and disbelief. "You," he began, raising the pipe again. I pumped the shotgun, chambering the second shell, the sound cutting off whatever he'd been about to say. Our eyes met across the dead man's body. He saw something in mine that made him hesitate. I fired again. The second blast tore through the cabin wall as the heavier man dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the full force of the shot. Splinters and debris filled the air, along with the acrid smell of gunpowder. My ears rang painfully from the twin explosions in the confined space. A pained grunt told me I hadn't missed entirely. The heavier man staggered outside, one hand pressed to his side. I pumped the shotgun again but realized with sinking dread that I had no more shells in the chamber. The remaining ammunition was still upstairs in the loft. For a heartbeat I stood frozen, the empty weapon still raised. The thin man lay motionless by the door, a grim testament to what happens when flesh meets buckshot at close range. His blood pooled on my plank floor, black in the dim light. Outside I heard labored breathing and muttered curses. The heavier man was wounded, but alive, and now he knew I'd fired my last shot. I had seconds at most before he recovered enough to come at me again. I dropped the shotgun and grabbed the kitchen knife from the counter, a poor replacement, but better than nothing. My injured arm throbbed mercilessly, the dish towel bandage now soaked through with blood. Lightheadedness threatened to overwhelm me as adrenaline battled blood loss. "You're dead," the man outside growled, his voice tight with pain. "You hear me? Fucking dead." I moved to the doorway, knife held before me, and peered cautiously into the darkness. The clearing around my cabin was washed in pale moonlight, shadows stretching long across the leaf-strewn ground. The heavier man had retreated to the edge of the trees about 20 yards away. He stood hunched, one hand still clutched to his side, the other gripping the metal pipe. Blood stained his gray shirt in a spreading pattern. The shotgun pellets had caught him along the ribs. Not immediately fatal, but serious enough that he needed medical attention sooner rather than later. That knowledge didn't seem to have dampened his rage, however. His eyes, visible even in the darkness, burned with hatred. "You can't run," he said. "You know that, right? Even if you kill me, they'll find you." "They?" I echoed, the word slipping out before I could stop it. A grim smile twisted his features. "You think it's just us? You think we're alone out here?" He gestured vaguely toward the darkened forest. "There's more. Always more." Was he bluffing, trying to rattle me? Or was there truth in his words? I thought about the dead hiker, about how methodically these two had tracked me. They weren't random killers. They had purpose, perhaps even organization. "The ranger station knows I'm here," I lied, keeping my voice steady. "They check on me weekly. They'll be coming soon." He laughed, a harsh sound that ended in a pained cough. "Nobody knows you're here, mountain man. Nobody cares. You disappeared from the world, remember? That's why you came out here, to vanish." The truth in his words stung worse than my wound. I had deliberately severed my connections to the outside world, left no forwarding address, maintained no regular contact with anyone. My isolation, once a comfort, now felt like a noose tightening around my neck. We stood at an impasse. Him too injured to rush me too wounded to pursue him. The night stretched silent around us, indifferent to our bloody standoff. "Walk away," I said finally. "You're bleeding badly. Get help and I won't come after you." "Generous," he spat. "But we both know how this ends. One of us doesn't leave these woods." He straightened slightly, seeming to gather his strength. I tensed, preparing for another attack. But instead of charging, he backed further into the tree line, his form gradually blending with the shadows. "This isn't over," his voice floated back, already sounding fainter. "Not by a long shot." Then he was gone, swallowed by the darkness of the forest that had been my sanctuary, and now felt like a prison. I stood in the doorway for long minutes, straining to hear any sound of his return, but the night offered only the usual chorus of insects and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. Finally, the shock began to wear off, and the full impact of what had happened hit me like a physical blow. I stumbled back inside, careful to step around the dead man's body, and collapsed onto my cot. My hands shook uncontrollably as I unwrapped the blood-soaked towel from my arm to examine the damage. The knife wound was deep, but clean. A straight slice about 4 inches long that had narrowly missed major blood vessels. It needed stitches, but I'd have to make do with what I had. I cleaned it as best I could with water and the bottle of whiskey I kept for medicinal purposes, biting down on a leather belt to keep from crying out as the alcohol scorched the open flesh. From my sparse medical supplies, I found butterfly bandages and wound closure strips. Not ideal, but they would have to suffice. I pulled the edges of the wound together, securing them with the strips, then wrapped the whole arm in clean bandaging, cinching it tight enough to control bleeding without cutting off circulation. My shoulder throbbed where the pipe had struck it, but nothing felt broken. Just bruised muscle, and perhaps a hairline fracture that would heal with time. I swallowed 2 ibuprofen tablets dry, knowing they'd hardly touch the pain, but needing to do something, anything, to maintain control. Only then did I allow myself to look at the dead man by my door. In death, he seemed smaller somehow, crumpled against the doorframe in an awkward pose, his yellow jacket now more red than yellow. His face was turned away, for which I was grateful. I'd seen enough death for one night. What was I supposed to do now? The obvious answer, call the police, wasn't an option from my isolated cabin. The nearest landline was at the gas station, 15 miles away through dark forest, with a wounded killer potentially waiting in the trees. Even if I made it, what would I say? That I'd killed a man in self-defense after finding a murder victim in the woods? That there might be others out there, as the heavier man had implied. I needed evidence. Something to corroborate my story when I eventually reported this nightmare to authorities. The hiker's backpack, the body by the creek, these would support my account, assuming the killers didn't return to remove them. A new urgency gripped me. I needed to document everything before anything changed. I lit several oil lamps, illuminating the cabin in a warm, flickering glow that made the blood look almost black against the wooden floor. I found my old digital camera in a drawer, rarely used but still functional, its battery holding enough charge for what I needed. I forced myself to photograph everything. The dead man and his knife, the damage to my door, my own injuries, the shotgun and spent shells. Each click of the shutter felt like another nail in a coffin, sealing away any chance I had of returning to my peaceful existence. When the grim task was complete, I faced my next dilemma: the body. I couldn't leave it where it lay, not with the potential for the wounded man to return with reinforcements, not with the autumn heat that would accelerate decomposition, but moving it seemed equally impossible. Where would I put it? How would I explain if I was caught in the act? In the end, practicality won out. I grabbed a tarp from my storage area, laid it beside the body, and with great effort rolled the dead man onto it. His lifeless weight was shocking, so much heavier than a living person of the same size would be. I wrapped the tarp around him, securing it with rope, trying to distance myself mentally from what I was doing. I dragged the bundle outside to the small shed behind my cabin, clearing a space among my tools and supplies. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it would have to do until morning when I could better assess my options. Back inside, I scrubbed at the bloodstains on the floor, knowing I could never remove them completely from the porous wood. The physical labor helped distract me from the throbbing pain in my arm and the chaos of my thoughts. What had I stumbled into? Who were these men, and why had they killed the hiker? The heavier man's implication that they weren't alone nagged at me, raising disturbing possibilities. Was there some kind of organized operation in these woods? Drug manufacturing, perhaps, or something even darker? As I cleaned, a terrible thought struck me. What if they knew who I was? What if they'd been watching my cabin for days or weeks, learning my routines, waiting for the right moment? The forest suddenly felt transparent, my every move exposed. I checked my windows, pulled down the few curtains I had, and extinguished all but one lamp. The darkness offered little comfort now, but at least it would hide me from watching eyes outside. Sleep was out of the question. I retrieved the remaining shotgun shells from the loft and reloaded the weapon, then positioned myself on a chair facing the door, determined to remain vigilant until dawn. The kitchen knife lay on the small table beside me, a backup I hoped not to need. Hours crawled by. Every creak of settling wood, every rustle of nocturnal animals outside sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. Twice I thought I heard footsteps and raised the shotgun, only to realize it was just the wind or my own frayed nerves playing tricks. As the first hint of dawn lightened the eastern sky, I allowed myself to believe I might have survived the night. The heavier man hadn't returned. Perhaps his wounds were more serious than I'd thought, or perhaps he'd decided I wasn't worth the risk. But the day ahead loomed with impossible choices. Should I hike out to report what happened, leaving my cabin unguarded? Should I try to find the hiker's body again, gathering more evidence? Or should I simply flee, abandoning everything I'd built here and disappearing deeper into the wilderness? As gray light filtered through my windows, I realized that no option led back to the life I'd known. Whatever I chose, everything had changed. The isolation I'd sought had become a trap, and the peace I'd found was shattered beyond repair. I checked my bandaged arm, wincing as I flexed my fingers. The bleeding had stopped, but infection remained a serious concern. I'd need antibiotics soon, another reason to risk the journey to civilization. The dawn chorus of birds began outside, a jarring normalcy against the horror of the night. I rose stiffly from my chair, muscles protesting after hours of tense immobility. My decision crystallized with the growing light. I would hike out, report everything, and face whatever consequences came. The alternative, living in fear, looking over my shoulder, wondering when they might return, was no life at all. I gathered essential supplies into a small backpack. Water, food, the camera with its grim documentation, a change of bandages for my arm, and a crude map I'd drawn of the area, marking both my cabin and approximately where I'd found the hiker's body. The shotgun I would carry openly, illegal in the national forest under normal circumstances, but these were far from normal circumstances. As I stepped outside into the cool morning air, the forest appeared unchanged, ancient trees standing sentinel, mist curling between their trunks, dew glistening on spider webs strung between branches, beautiful and indifferent to the violence that had transpired beneath its canopy. I locked my cabin door out of habit, though the splintered frame rendered it largely symbolic. With one last look at the place I'd called home, I turned east toward the rising sun and the long walk back to the world I'd left behind. Whatever waited for me there couldn't be worse than what lurked in these woods. At least, that's what I told myself as I took the first steps of my journey, shotgun cradled in my arms, senses alert for any sound of pursuit. The truth, as I would soon discover, was far more complicated and far more terrifying than I could have imagined. The 15-mile hike to the gas station proved more arduous than I anticipated. My wounded arm throbbed with each heartbeat, a persistent reminder of the night's violence. The forest, once a sanctuary, now felt hostile. Every shadow potentially concealing watchers, every snapping twig signaling pursuit. I kept the shotgun ready, its weight both a burden and a comfort, as I followed faint trails eastward. By midday, fever had set in. My forehead burned while chills racked my body, clear signs of infection taking hold in my knife wound. The makeshift bandage had soaked through again, and when I paused to change it beside a small stream, the edges of the cut showed angry red inflammation. I cleaned it as best I could with stream water, applied my last antibiotic ointment, and rewrapped it with a fresh bandage from my pack. "Just keep moving," I muttered to myself, the sound of my voice startling in the quiet forest, one foot in front of the other. The terrain grew steeper as I approached the ridgeline that separated my valley from the more traveled areas of the national forest. Climbing with one good arm proved challenging, and twice I slipped on loose shale, reopening my wound and adding scrapes and bruises to my growing collection of injuries. By late afternoon, I reached the fire road that would lead to Route 66 and civilization. The packed dirt track felt unnervingly exposed after hours in the dense forest cover. I quickened my pace despite my exhaustion, driven by the irrational fear that I was being watched from the tree line. The sun was setting when I finally spotted the weathered, clapboard structure of Roy's Gas and Grocery. Its single pump and faded sign, a surreal vision of normalcy after what I'd experienced. A battered pickup truck sat in the gravel lot. Roy's vehicle, I assumed, but no other cars were present. I hesitated at the edge of the forest, suddenly aware of how I must appear, unshaven, filthy, bloody, carrying a shotgun, and looking half wild. In my isolated life, I'd forgotten how frightening such an image would be to regular people. To avoid being shot on sight, I reluctantly stashed the shotgun in the underbrush, marking the location in my mind. I'd retrieve it later if needed. The bell above the door jingled as I entered the store. Roy looked up from his crossword puzzle, recognition slowly dawning on his weathered face. "Mountain man," he said, then his eyes widened as he took in my condition. "What in God's name happened to you?" "I need to use your phone," I said, my voice hoarse from disuse and dehydration. "Need to call the police." Roy didn't ask questions. He led me behind the counter and pointed to an ancient rotary phone mounted on the wall. "You need an ambulance too, by the looks of it." I nodded gratefully and dialed 911 with trembling fingers. The dispatcher's voice sounded tinny and distant, a connection to a world that suddenly felt foreign. 911, what's your emergency?" "My name is John Erskine," I began, the words tumbling out faster than I could organize them. "I live in a cabin in the Allegheny National Forest. Yesterday evening, I found a dead body near my property. 2 men chased me. They tried to kill me. I shot one of them. The other got away wounded." A pause, then, "Sir, are you currently in danger?" "I don't think so. I'm at Roy's Gas and Grocery off Route 66 near the eastern forest boundary." "Stay where you are, sir. I'm dispatching officers and an ambulance to your location. They should arrive in approximately 20 minutes. After I hung up, Roy guided me to a chair by the window, his face grave. He didn't press for details, just brought me a bottle of water and a first aid kit from behind the counter. "Been telling you for years these woods ain't right," he said quietly, as he helped me clean my wound properly. "Some folks go in and never come out." I wanted to dismiss his words as the superstitious ramblings of a country store owner, but after what I'd seen, I couldn't. Instead, I asked, "Have there been others? Other disappearances?" Roy shrugged. "Official ones? A few hikers every couple years?" Rangers say they got lost. Happens in wilderness areas, unofficial ones. He glanced toward the darkening forest visible through the window. More than anyone knows. Before I could question him further, red and blue lights flashed in the distance, growing brighter as vehicles approached the store. The cavalry had arrived, though I had no idea if they'd believe my story or dismiss me as a paranoid hermit who'd cracked under the isolation. 2 state police cruisers pulled into the gravel lot, followed by an ambulance. Officers approached cautiously, hands near their holstered weapons, a reasonable precaution given the situation I'd described. The next few hours passed in a blur. Paramedics treated my arm, confirming my self-diagnosis of infection and administering IV antibiotics on site, before transporting me to the regional hospital 30 miles away. State police detectives interviewed me in the emergency room, their expressions growing increasingly concerned as I detailed finding the hiker's body, the chase through the forest, and the deadly confrontation at my cabin. "You say you left one assailant's body in your shed?" Detective Mercer, a tall woman with short gray hair and skeptical eyes, asked. "Yes, and I photographed everything." I pointed to my backpack where the digital camera still waited with its grim evidence. The other man escaped, but he was wounded. Shotgun pellets caught him in the side. "And you believe these men killed the hiker you found?" "I'm certain of it. They as much as admitted it when they came after me." Mercer exchanged glances with her partner, a younger man named Walsh, whose notepad was filled with my statement. "Mr. Erskine, we'll need you to guide us back to your cabin and the location where you found the initial victim." "When?" "As soon as the doctor clears you. We've already dispatched a forensics team to secure the area based on the coordinates you provided." I nodded, fighting against the exhaustion and medication that threatened to pull me under. "There's something else. The one who got away, he implied they weren't alone, said there were others." Walsh leaned forward. "Others? Like what? Some kind of group?" "I don't know, but he seemed confident, said they'll find you, as if he was part of something larger." Mercer's expression darkened. "We've had reports of unusual activity in the eastern section of the forest over the past year. Nothing concrete enough for an investigation, but concerning patterns." "What kind of patterns?" I asked. "Missing hikers who were experienced outdoorsmen, evidence of unauthorized structures deep in restricted areas, unusual vehicle traffic on service roads with no clear purpose." She hesitated, then added, "And reports from hunters about finding game that had been killed but not harvested, just left to rot with specific, ritual-like markings." A chill ran through me despite the hospital's warmth. "Do you think there's some kind of cult operating out there?" "I wouldn't use that word officially," Mercer replied carefully. "But unofficially, we're concerned about organized activity of an extreme nature, yes?" The doctor interrupted then, insisting I needed rest before any forest expedition. The detectives reluctantly agreed to return in the morning, leaving an officer stationed outside my hospital room, for my protection, they assured me, though it felt equally like preventing my escape. Sleep came in fitful bursts, broken by nightmares of being chased through endless trees by faceless figures. I awoke before dawn, disoriented in the sterile hospital environment so different from my rustic cabin. By mid-morning, I'd been cleared for release, my arm properly stitched and bandaged, antibiotics coursing through my system via a portable IV drip. The doctors insisted I continue for at least 48 hours. Detectives Mercer and Walsh returned with a forest ranger named Alvarez, who would help navigate back to my cabin. The drive through the national forest felt surreal. Main roads gave way to service roads, then to the fire road I'd hiked out on the previous day. Finally, we reached the point where vehicles could go no further, and we continued on foot, following trails I knew by heart, but now saw through new eyes. "You really lived out here all alone?" Ranger Alvarez asked as we hiked, his tone somewhere between admiration and concern. "For almost 3 years," I replied. "Why?" The question came from Walsh, who'd been largely silent during the journey. I considered deflecting, but the events of the past 2 days had stripped away any pretense. "I was running from something I couldn't face. Thought I'd find peace in isolation. And did you? Mercer asked. Until 2 days ago, yes, mostly. We fell silent after that, conserving energy for the hike. As we approached the creek where I'd first found the backpack, tension built within me. What if the body was gone? What if there was no evidence to support my story? My fears proved unfounded. The bright red backpack remained where I'd found it, though animals had scattered its contents further. And the hiker's body lay exactly as I'd left it, now covered with a light dusting of fallen leaves like nature's funeral shroud. Mercer crouched beside the dead man, her expression grim. Blunt force trauma to the back of the skull, defensive wounds on the hands. This was no accident. She spoke into her radio, summoning the forensics team that had been staging nearby. Within minutes, the quiet clearing became a hive of activity as technicians in blue jumpsuits photographed, measured, and collected evidence. We continued to my cabin, where a similar scene awaited. The thin man's body had been removed from my shed and lay wrapped in a body bag near a coroner's vehicle that had somehow navigated the rough terrain. Inside the cabin, technicians dusted for fingerprints and cataloged the blood spatter pattern from the shotgun blast. Everything matches your statement, Mr. Erskine, Mercer acknowledged, a new respect in her voice. But we still need to find the second assailant. You think he's still out here? With those injuries, he would have needed medical attention. We've alerted hospitals in a 100-mile radius, but so far nothing. I gazed around at the forest surrounding my small clearing, suddenly aware of how vast and impenetrable it truly was. If what he said is true, about others, they might have their own medical supplies, their own facilities. Mercer nodded slowly. That's our concern as well. Over the next week, my small cabin became the center of an expanding investigation. The dead hiker was identified as Gregory Voss, a 32-year-old environmental engineer from Pittsburgh who had been reported missing after failing to return from a weekend hike. The thin man I'd killed was identified through fingerprints as Wesley Simmons, 41, with a record of assault and suspected ties to extremist groups. I stayed at a motel in the nearest town, giving daily statements as investigators pieced together what had happened. They brought in specialists from the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, experts in tracking organized violent groups operating in remote areas. 10 days after the incident, Mercer invited me to a briefing at the state police headquarters. A conference room had been transformed into an incident command center, with maps of the national forest covering one wall, marked with pins indicating known locations of interest. We believe we've identified an encampment approximately 7 miles northwest of your cabin, Mercer explained, pointing to a red circle on the map. Aerial surveillance shows evidence of structures and activity well outside permitted camping areas. What kind of activity? I asked. A FBI agent named Powell stepped forward. Based on satellite imagery and thermal scanning, we estimate between 15 and 20 individuals. They've constructed semi-permanent shelters, dug waste pits, created what appears to be a defensive perimeter. Are they armed? Powell nodded grimly. Almost certainly. We've intercepted encrypted radio communications suggesting a well-organized group with military-style protocols. Who are they? Mercer exchanged glances with Powell before responding. We believe they're part of a larger network called the Forest Brotherhood, an extremist survivalist group with apocalyptic beliefs. They see wilderness areas as the last bastion against what they consider societal collapse. And they kill hikers? I asked incredulously. They kill anyone they consider a threat to their territory, Powell clarified. Their ideology combines extreme anti-government views with nature worship and isolationism. They believe they're the rightful stewards of the forest. I thought about my own retreat from society, how I'd sought isolation as a refuge. Had I been unconsciously mimicking the very group that had nearly killed me? What happens now? I asked. We're planning a coordinated operation to secure the encampment, Mercer said. State police tactical units with FBI support. It's scheduled for tomorrow at dawn. And me? What should I do? Powell studied me with calculating eyes. That depends. Are you planning to return to your cabin? The question caught me off guard. I hadn't thought that far ahead, had been existing in a stunned day-to-day survival mode since the attack. I don't know, I admitted. Can I? Physically, yes. Once the investigation concludes, the property remains yours. But psychologically, Powell shrugged. That's something only you can decide. That night, alone in my sterile motel room with its buzzing fluorescent lights and paper-thin walls, I faced the question head-on. Could I return to my solitary existence after what had happened? Would the forest ever feel like sanctuary again? Or would every shadow hide potential threats? Every unexpected sound trigger memories of that night? More importantly, should I return? My retreat to isolation had been a response to trauma, a way of avoiding responsibility and human connection. It had felt like wisdom at the time, but now I wondered if it had just been elaborate cowardice. Dawn broke with the sound of helicopter rotors passing overhead. The operation against the Forest Brotherhood encampment was underway. I watched through my window as military-style vehicles rolled through town, heading toward the National Forest. Hours later, Mercer called to report success. 12 members of the group had been arrested without casualties. Others had escaped deeper into the wilderness but were being tracked. Among those captured was the heavier man from that night, still recovering from his shotgun wounds. His name was Russell Blackwell, a former Army Ranger discharged for disciplinary reasons who had been with the Forest Brotherhood for at least 3 years. He's talking, Mercer told me, trying to cut a deal. Says the group has killed at least 7 people who ventured too close to their territory over the past year. Was I a target? I asked. Did they know about me before I found the hiker? According to Blackwell, they knew about your cabin but considered you a kindred spirit, someone else who'd rejected society. They left you alone until you witnessed them with Voss's body. The irony wasn't lost on me. My isolation had both protected and endangered me, marking me as similar to the killers, while simultaneously making me vulnerable when they turned on me. A week later, after giving final statements and signing countless documents, I returned to my cabin with a police escort. The crime scene tape had been removed, but evidence of the investigation remained. Boot prints in the dirt, fingerprint powder on surfaces, the lingering smell of chemicals used to detect blood traces. The officers offered to stay while I gathered personal belongings, assuming I wouldn't want to remain. I thanked them, but declined. I needed to be alone with the place, to feel whether it was still home or simply the scene of a nightmare. After they left, I stood in the center of my small clearing as evening approached. The forest stretched around me, ancient trees indifferent to the human drama that had played out beneath them. Birds called, squirrels chattered, leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, the eternal conversation of the woodland continuing as it had for centuries. I walked the perimeter of my property, touching familiar trees, noting how quickly nature had begun reclaiming the areas disturbed by the investigation. Near the creek, where I'd found Voss's body, wildflowers had already started growing over the trampled ground. Inside the cabin, I lit a fire in the wood stove and sat before it on my simple wooden chair. The bloodstains had been cleaned from the floor, the broken door repaired by the forensics team after they finished their work. Yet the space felt irreparably altered, as if the violence had seeped into the very logs. As darkness fell, I made my decision. This chapter of my life had ended the moment I found that backpack by the creek. Staying would mean living with ghosts, both literal and metaphorical, and perpetuating a retreat from life that had proven more dangerous than healing. The next morning I began packing the few possessions I wanted to keep. My grandfather's pocket watch, journals I'd kept during my time here, tools handed down through generations. The rest, furniture, supplies, the structure itself, I would leave behind, perhaps for another seeker who needed temporary refuge, but not permanent escape. 2 weeks later, I signed paperwork donating the cabin and surrounding acre to a wilderness education program for troubled youth. The irony felt appropriate. What had been my hiding place would become a place of growth and reconnection for others. I moved to a small town on the edge of the forest, close enough to visit the woods on day hikes, but firmly within the realm of community and connection. I found work as a carpenter's assistant, using skills honed during my solitary years for something productive. In the evenings, I began writing about my experiences, first as therapy, then as something that might help others understand the fine line between healthy solitude and dangerous isolation. Sometimes at night I still dream of that evening, finding the body, the chase through darkening woods, the desperate struggle in my cabin. I wake with my heart pounding, sheets damp with sweat, momentarily disoriented until the sound of distant traffic or a neighbor's radio grounds me in the present. But those episodes grow less frequent with time. What remains more persistent is a heightened awareness of shadows in peripheral vision, of subtle changes in forest sounds, of the capacity for darkness that exists in isolated minds. The investigation into the Forest Brotherhood continued for months, uncovering a network that stretched across multiple national forests in the eastern United States. More arrests followed. More evidence of killings emerged. I testified at several trials, facing Russell Blackwell across courtrooms as he glared at me with undimmed hatred. During the final trial, he spoke directly to me during his statement to the court. "You think you've escaped, but you're still one of us. Still a man who ran from the world. The only difference is you ran back when things got hard." His words haunted me, containing just enough truth to sting. But over time I recognized the fundamental difference between us. I had sought isolation to heal, while he and his brotherhood had sought it to nurture hatred and violence. My retreat had been a temporary shelter. Theirs was a fortress built to wage war. Now, 3 years since that blood-soaked night, I walk in the forest with open eyes, neither fearing its depths nor idealizing its solitude. The woods are neither malevolent nor benevolent. They simply are, vast and ancient and indifferent to human concerns. They can shelter both the healer and the killer, the seeker and the lost. I no longer live alone, but I haven't forgotten what solitude taught me, that we need both connection and space, community and individuality to be fully human. The forest remains a part of my life, but as a place I visit rather than a place I hide. Sometimes, on clear autumn days when the leaves begin to turn, I hike near my old cabin. The education program has maintained it well, adding solar panels and improving the water collection system. Young voices echo where once there was only silence, learning the names of trees and the habits of wildlife, discovering that nature can be both teacher and healer. I never stay long, never visit after dusk. Some memories are best left undisturbed, like the leaves that cover the forest floor, gradually decomposing to nourish new growth. The past remains, feeding the present but no longer defining it. As I turn to leave, I sometimes pause at the ridge overlooking the small valley where I once made my solitary home. The forest stretches in all directions, beautiful and mysterious and complex, much like the human heart that seeks both connection and solitude, safety and risk, retreat and return. I take a deep breath of pine-scented air, adjust my pack, and head back toward town, toward light and noise and the messy miracle of human community. The path leads forward, not back, and despite everything, I wouldn't have it any other way.